Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
You see, he doesn't understand the particular course we are doing. As the lecturer is saying, maybe not only him, but generally people who understand it. So how he convey the information to me was very hard for me to understand.
Disability, they say, is not inability. Lydia Aqua is a proof of this adage. As a deaf person, she has been able to graduate from the University of Mines and Technology with a Master of Business Technology Management. I am off to her residence to find out how she was able to do this amidst all the challenges. Come with me.
Breaking barriers is no small feat, and Lydia Aqua, a hearing impaired student, has done just that. Lydia defied the odds and graduated with a master's degree from the University of Mines and Technology, UMAT, in Takwa, in the western region of Ghana. Her accomplishment is not only a testament to her hard work and determination, but also an inspiration to others facing similar challenges. Lydia was born hearing, but became hearing impaired after the age of 10. So, she practically knew how to speak before she lost her ability to hear. Due to this, she is able to speak properly, but she just cannot hear.
So when I became deaf, from 10 years, you see, when I go to the classroom, I will pretend as if I can hear, but I can't hear. And my teachers, they will send me to go and buy something. Then I will not hear. I think I should keep the money. So I go and spend the money. Then I will come back to the class. Then the teacher is asking, after a long time, the teacher in the middle of the teaching was Lydia, where is my granite? Then I will go out, I will go and talk to somebody and find money and then bring it back. I will say that when I went, the granite was finished. But I left the money somewhere else for it, so I'm bringing it back. It happened to me many times. I always made up a story. So after some time, some of the teachers began to notice, I think you have a problem with your hearing. But I passed through.
But with all the challenges that come with deafness, she never relented on pursuing her dreams in life. She worked hard and overcame every obstacle in her path from primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and finally graduating with a cumulative weighted average of 76.80% from the Master of Business Technology Management program at the Faculty of Integrated Management Science during the just ended 14th congregation of the University of Mines and Technology in Takwa, where she focused on management information systems. According to Lydia, after becoming hearing impaired, people began stigmatizing her in her community, and she could no longer sell for her mother as she used to do. And even as a church singer, she could no longer sing.
As a singer, I had a nice voice. But when I became deaf, my voice turned into different sounds, so I stopped singing. It was like a shame to me around 10 years and up. So people look down on you. People they don't welcome you as if you have done something bad by becoming deaf. That the feeling you get around people. You don't feel welcome because you see some general something around people. I cannot explain, but everywhere you go, you see that thing around them. They don't welcome you. So you begin to pull away from people. And then the friends you had, children friends, you lost them. Because they think when they talk, you don't understand them. So they don't waste time on you.
But the stigma did not deter her from continuing with her education. She says, irrespective of her deafness, she was one of the best students at the JHS level because she was a very brilliant student in class.
Thankfully, God gave me a good brain. So I could learn and pass my exams from the primary school to the junior high. I tried. I think I was one of the best students in my school in those days.
Gaining admission to the Takwa Senior High School to pursue business was another hurdle for Lydia as she learned on her own. One of her challenges was taking down notes anytime the teachers decided to dictate. Since she couldn't hear anything, she had to resort to lip reading to get an idea of what the teachers were saying, but that wasn't much help either. A classmate by name Patient Sako came to her aid by deciding to write the notes for her anytime teachers decided to dictate.
when I went to SS, I wanted to study science. But when you go there, you have to write exams depending on the subject that you pass before they will tell you whether you do science or. And I did well in English, then maths. I didn't do well in the science. So one of the teachers said, because I'm deaf, I should go and do business. Because business, accounting and all that, you would just be sitting on the computer and then not much interaction with people. So I was learning on my own. And there was one mate, she's called Patience Sabun. She was a sweet, good person. I think God just put him there for me. And then when we go to the classroom and the teacher is dictating the notes, she will be writing her own notes. At the same time, she will be writing my own. That is how I did it to the very end. And I will be sitting in front every time to read the teacher's lips. If the teacher turns, then I'm lost. But I did well by reading on my own. And many of my students were very proud of me at SS level. I was learning with a high intelligent people. When we finished SS, I was among the best at that time.
After completing Takwa Senior High School, she enrolled at the Ekuapem Mampong Secondary Technical School for the Deaf, where she learned the sign language before entering the University of Ghana to study business administration, human resource option. As the only hearing impaired student in the lecture hall with an interpreter in front of the whole class, she felt uncomfortable because all eyes were on her. Due to this, she stopped going for lectures altogether, and her interpreter also decided to stop. This, she said, affected her performance badly as she began to fail.
Personally, I was having a feeling of like being an old deaf in the whole lecture place. I was about to make up, and then you sit in front with a sign language interpreter. I was feeling uncomfortable at all. Everybody watching me. But that was an immature feeling. I was not very knowledgeable around that time. What I would say to other deaf people, if they experience the same thing, they should never feel shy. Because for me, it's a glorious thing not to hear among so many people the experience within. Only you know what is inside. You see it. And to be able to understand letters with a sign language interpreting is a marvelous thing. Any deaf should feel proud of. So with this challenge for me, I was not going to the letter because I didn't want people looking at me, and that was also not encouraging for my interpreters. So they stopped coming to help me.
At a point in time, the university almost revoked her admission, but thanks to the intervention of one lecturer, Dr. Kwabna Edupoku, Lydia was able to continue with her education.
Later, I had to meet our school. One of the lecturers, he had experience with deaf people, so I went to meet him. And then I told him my challenges. He encouraged me, and then he met the university authorities. So they decided to allow me to continue. You see it. But because of me, they made that man the disability coordinator of the university. I think for the first time, the university had a disability coordinator through that man, Dr. Kwabena Edupoku. And then after from that time on, I began to do well. That's why I was fired. Something wonderful happened to me. My performance improved. So I managed to graduate successfully.
13 years after completing her first degree, Lydia decided to enroll for a master's degree at the University of Mines and Technology. Because of initial challenges she went through due to her form of disability, Lydia worked closely with the university management, some lecturers and course mates to be able to appreciate some complex course concepts, and because of that, she was able to persevere. The university ensured also that she had the necessary assistance, such as sign language interpreters, to enable her fully participate in lectures and other academic activities. Finally, the day of graduation arrived, and Lydia walked across the stage to receive her master's degree, and she felt a sense of pride and accomplishment that she had never before felt. She looked out into the crowd and saw her family and friends cheering her on, and she knew in that moment that all of her hard work had been worth it. She describes UMAT as an exceptional institution that fosters practical learning and says that its faculty, staff, and students are very supportive.
Initially, the university was not having the resources, so they wouldn't provide me fast. It almost affected my admission. But I had to help them to know that I can do it, whether they give me interpreting service or not. So they were very happy by that. So they decided to welcome me to continue my goal. And so we started. So along the line, the university came in to support, because they will see that it was very important. I had a lot of challenges in doing the masters. And sometimes the interpreter, you see, he doesn't understand the particular course we are doing. As the lecturer is saying, maybe not only him, but generally people who understand it. So how he convey the information to me, it was very hard for me to understand. That's something to interpreting. But when I don't understand, my mates, course mates, they spend time with me to explain it, so that I was able to follow. And then my thesis, the same thing.
The head of Department for Management Studies at UMAT, Dr. Kofi Kamasa, tells our reporter that the school admitted Lydia without knowing she was hearing impaired.
When we received her admission document, I think that we didn't know that she was deaf. Okay, yeah. So we gave the admission, and after the admission was given, she reported. That is when we got to know that she was a special student, and so engagement with the dean of postgraduate school at the time, and then some members of the university. I mean, we realized that no, we cannot withdraw the admission.
Upon finding out about her condition after her admission, the necessary assistance was provided for Lydia to go through the program successfully.
If you are hearing impaired and you are taking certain courses which are quantitative in nature, even though you may have an interpreter to be interpreting the things to you, when we are talking of formulas here and quantitative issues, there are little bit challenge that comes there, because it's difficult to interpret like quadratic equation for you get the point. Yeah, so I think that those were some of the challenges that she was facing initially, but with time, I think she became comfortable and she was able to actually pursue through. And then also knowing that that was what was facing her, I think the lecturers were also made aware, and so their mode of teaching was also a bit flexible, so that it could also cater for her as well. That's how we were able to do, so that she managed to do the course just as the other friends who go here. Yes.
According to Dr. Kofi Kamasa, the university is always prepared to help persons living with disability anytime they gain admission. He said everyone has the right to education, adding that Lydia defied all the odds and went on to pursue her dream irrespective of her disability. He urged PWDs not to allow their disability hinder them from climbing the academic ladder.
When it comes to education, we know that in Ghana we have inclusive education. Nobody should be left out. And like we said, if someone is impaired, it doesn't mean that the person is incapable of doing anything. There are a lot of examples where people with disability have risen to the very, very top as far as the academic ladder is concerned. So as a university where we embrace these things, if where we are also disability friendly, if we get situations like that, we are always prepared to help and make sure that nobody loses their right and dream to education because of their inability or their disability status. So we are fully prepared. We are fully prepared to embrace those things. Of course, Lydia's case has given us more eye-opening situations where it has even made the university more friendly as far as these special students are concerned.
Lydia's sign language interpreter, Richmond Bedu, tells me why he accepted to be her interpreter.
When I had a call from Lydia that she wanted me to be her personal interpreter, I really wanted to accept such a challenge. Because to be frank with you, that was the first time of venturing into I was finding myself in such a situation. I have not actually been at the tertiary level to interpret. So I actually accepted the mantle, one, because of the passion I have for the deaf people. I'm someone who always advocates concerning issues of deafness, because I really want to see them always at the top, to see them achieving or aspiring for greater heights. So I went in just to make sure that her vision of acquiring something better in terms of her career has been achieved.
According to him, the challenge taught him a lot of things. He said he made a lot of sacrifices just to make sure that Lydia graduated successfully. He mentioned some of the challenges he faced along the line.
At the start, when we began, I was at the same time a student at the University of Mines and Technology, the same school that Lydia attended. I was, I think, level 200 during that period. But I just considered the fact that she was going to have it at the weekends, that is Saturdays and Sundays. So though sometimes we had group meetings and some other meetings on weekends, but I decided to sacrifice in that regard to make sure that she's able to have the best of it. And another thing also that I encountered whilst I was with Lydia was that, it's a higher level of education. And then there are certain terminologies or certain things that are being taught I have no knowledge or idea about. So what happened was that I was mostly dependent on the lecturer. Whatever that the lecturer says, that is what I deliver. But the pace at which the lecturer will go with the hearing students, I have to really grasp the concepts. So I even have to pause the lecture at a point in time to explain it further for me to get a clearer picture of it before I'll be able to convey the meaning to Lydia.
While commending UMAT for accepting Lydia, Mr. Bedu called on the Ministry of Education and other educational institutions to incorporate sign language into their curriculum and also make sign language interpretation available to make it easy for the hearing impaired to access education.
I would like to commend the University of Mines and Technology for such an amazing opportunity given to Lydia to explore. Actually, though Lydia has been able to pursue her career, it has also helped me as a sign language interpreter to better my profession. We are pleading with all institutions to actually incorporate the learning of sign language as well as even having interpreters available to be of help whenever such a deaf wants to visit their outfit. I think this is going to create a bigger platform for the deaf people to reach higher heights. And then again, my final proposal is to the government that I think, and in my candid opinion, I think once we start the learning of sign language right from the basic schools, it's really going to be of help in the sense that the children are going to grow with it. And once they grow with it, already we've created an inclusive education. And that is going to make things simpler for the deaf people. And we are going to produce more sign language interpreters for Ghana.
Lydia expressed her appreciation to Richmond Bedu for availing himself to be her interpreter.
So this interpreter, he fights for me actually. He's advocating, making sure that I advance. If many interpreters have that attitude of fighting for deaf, helping create awareness of deaf issues, I think a lot of deaf people will have big opportunities. And I appreciate the attitude of Mr. Richmond. Advocacy with power.
Love found Lydia while she was at the University of Ghana. Her husband, Samuel Asamoah, recalls how he met and got attracted to her.
So I met her at the University of Ghana. I think we were in Princeton, but I met her just once. When I met her, I just saw something strange and attractive. And then later I got to go closer and I got to realize that this is a lady I would like to marry. She's a very bold person and that really attracted me to her. So I would say love blinds. Okay. Yeah, because of the love, I didn't really see that she has a problem. Yeah, so that is how I live with her. I live with her with that mindset. So we live together peacefully.
Mr. Asamoah has learned sign language through Lydia, and that is the means through which they communicate. And he is always ready to support his wife in diverse ways, even up to the point of her achieving her PhD.
I would like to see her going as far as PhD. Yeah, because she has a very sharp memory. And she's able to memorize a lot of things more than I do. So I encourage her to go higher in the academic ladder.
Ever wondered how Lydia, as a mother, would know when her child is crying when she's not close by to see the baby's gestures? Well, thanks to her husband, she doesn't have to worry anymore about that.
As a deaf wife, she wouldn't be able to hear the baby is crying. But I play that role. So when the baby cries, I would prompt her that the baby is crying, and then she can do the breastfeeding. As a father in a home, I also hear for her. Actually, I'm her hearing. Okay, I'm the one who feels that lack. I hear for her. Whenever she needs to hear around her, I make her to hear, so that she won't feel that even she has any disability.
According to Mr. Asamoah, because of how the society sees the hearing impaired, they do not have a lot of information, and this has become a hindrance to their development. He is of the view that government should put in measures to make the hearing impaired have access to information.
Education can be defined as a change of behavior due to learning something. Okay, but generally speaking, deaf people do not have access to a lot of information because of how our society view them or treat them. But when you visit our banks, we only have sign language interpreters. When you visit our schools, there are no sign language interpreters to help the deaf children in most of the schools. So in this regard, they won't get enough information to even have a change of behavior, as is the goal of proper education. So because of that, in some aspects of life, okay, the deaf may not respond appropriately, but that does not mean that they are not behaving well. But because the society have not structured things in a proper way that will help them to have a change of behavior through education from the society.
Lydia Aqua wants the government to make sign language a general subject for all school-going children, as she believes it will help everyone to know sign languages.
What I want to say is we should make sign language a general subject for all children in Ghana, because sign language is the way deaf people learn. That is their language. Sign language is like any other language, and how sign language convey information for us deaf people is more powerful than hearing. So if GS, the government makes sign language compulsory for all children in Ghana, everybody will be fine. Everybody will be fine, because at a point, even old people, they will become deaf. So by the time we arrive at being deaf, we are not praying for people to becoming deaf, but that is a possibility. So if you become deaf and you know sign language, your family people know sign language, you are okay.
With the aim of becoming a linguist, Lydia has gained admission to the Gallaudet University, a private federally chartered research university in Washington, D.C., for the education of the hearing impaired, and is pursuing a Master in Linguistics course that she hopes would help her to return to support language development of the hearing impaired in Ghana. She is therefore soliciting for the support of organizations and individuals to help her pursue that dream.
You see, even the whole world, we have very few deaf people who are linguists. Even women, deaf women who are deaf linguists. We don't have enough deaf linguists. So I see this for me to stand. Get more education to learn about linguistics, so that I can use this to come to Ghana here to support all deaf people, and also to stand as women with disability who aspires for higher education and are achieving innovative things in the society. And so I've applied to the Gallaudet University and I got admission already to go. But I need support scholarship. I apply for the fall 2023. So I need the scholarship to help me to go and study. The university currently do not have support for international people.
Lydia's success is a reminder of the importance of inclusivity in education. It is essential to create an environment where all students, regardless of their disabilities, feel supported and empowered to succeed. By breaking barriers and achieving her goals, Lydia has opened doors for other hearing impaired students and shown that anything is possible with hard work and determination.
Lydia's success has brought light into the lives of persons living with disability. No matter where you are, you can also climb to the top of the academic ladder, irrespective of your disability. From Takwa in the Western region, Thomas Tete reporting for GhanaWeb.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the Digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. We just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
For someone in parliament, and just a few days after government actually passed new laws, that VAT is now 15%,
which is quite a lot.
A lot, Mauli, it's a lot.
From where it used to be to where it is now, yeah.
Today we bought a tin of milk, and
how much was it?
It was 7 cedis, 90 pesos.
That used to sell for, as far as I think 2-3 years ago, it was like 3 cedis, 50 pesos, 4 cedis, yes. Hello and welcome to another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this episode, I'll be interacting with my colleague on the business desk, Stella J.Jom Sogli, where we'll be interacting and finding out why prices of goods and services have not reduced despite Ghana's national inflation witnessing some decline. Stella, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. How am I? I can't really say because inflation in Ghana is a lot, but by the grace of God, I can say that I'm okay.
Yeah. So before we delve into today's segment properly, focusing on inflation, you've been on the market to find out how prices of goods and services have been faring. How are things on the market?
Well, it's not been anything different from what we were experiencing last year. If you quite remember, last year from I think March, April, inflation started rising astronomically, and we were experiencing it firsthand on the market, in shops, when everything, cement prices, water, electricity, food, transportation, so as nothing has changed. So when the Ghana Statistical Service said that our inflation has started reducing, well, it came as a source of relief somehow to maybe economists and people who are interested in the figures. But for the ordinary Ghanaian, when you go to the market, instead of things to actually maybe even be stable, prices are still increasing. So cement prices, right now, cement costs about 80 Ghana cedis, between 80 to...
even almost 100.
Yes,
at some
90
places.
Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
The last time, Nido, it was like 106, 101.
That's a 400 milligram for Nido.
Yes,
yeah.
there's the small container that cannot even last you up to 2 weeks.
Yeah, people used to purchase that around 30
like,
CDs,
exactly,
25
CDs.
Yes, it was quite,
But right now, like, even if we peg it at 25 CDs, that's more than 200% increment. The prices of the 5 kg bag of rice, it used to be like, even last year when inflation was rising, it was like 80 cedis. But today, it's almost 120, 150 Ghana cedis. And so you ask yourself whether the figures are actually telling the truth or not, because things are on the market, if you ask me, things are not any better than they used to be.
Very well said. But speaking of figures, there are also some concerns that our CD is not very stable. It appreciates and then it depreciates. So there's some instability happening to the Ghana CD. So when you go out, some of the traders believe that because of that instability, they are not forced to reduce the prices of goods and services. What's your take on that?
I think that really we may not be able to understand the market dynamics because a lot of the traders have different ways of trading, and some of them import their goods from different
other places.
But you realize that in December something happened. Everybody was like, hey, what's happening?
Something
happened.
The currency had gone down to almost 11 cities.
Exactly, after climbing.
Yeah, with hopes of even coming down to the 10 that it used to be. Yeah.
So like 13 cities, and it just came down sharply. Even though like people were excited about that, some of the traders were of the view that we don't think that because the CD has appreciated by a few values in this short period of time, it has any direct benefit to us at the moment. So even though the CD depreciated at that time, it didn't really reflect in our purchasing power, in our consumption or anything, because some of the traders think that, or they say that when the CD was like 12, 13 CDs, they already went to buy their goods.
Yeah, so they're already stuck in
there. And so if I go and I exchange my money at 13 cedis to $1 and I buy and I come and price that item, I don't think that when the price comes, when the CD now is selling at 11 cedis, I can do anything.
You want to make that change on the price.
And then because that appreciation didn't last, by the time maybe I'm done selling the stock that I have, the CD has gone back to
where it used to be. Yeah.
You know.
So it's like a same ripple effect that happened.
During that time, it was just a few of them who had the opportunity. So you realize at that time people were now hoarding their dollars because you don't really know.
Yeah, why would you want to put it into the economy?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and those who were trading in dollars were also now like being fast with the trading, that hey, if right now I can get the dollar at 10, at a point it even came to 10 cedis.
Yeah.
So if I can get the dollar at 10 cedis right now, then I have to do it. So all those dynamics came into play, and so sometimes they say that is the reason they cannot reduce prices. But it's very hard. Well, me, I have not seen it happen usually or even drastically that prices have reduced, or the factors that cause the increase in prices have maybe gone back,
Witness
so
some
people will now reduce their prices. But we are expecting that, like transport operators, nobody expected them to recline on their decision and reduce the transport fares, but they did. So sometimes you can see that some of the traders try to take advantage of the situation to make more.
Speaking of taking advantage, there have been some recent uproar among members of the trading community, which is Guta, and then the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, which was very extraordinary development for him to make such a comment, sort of blaming the members of the trading community for profiteering and also taking advantage of Ghanaians. Is that the same sentiment that's out there for you from where you sit?
Well, I think that for someone in Parliament, and just a few days after government actually passed new laws that VAT is now 15%,
which is quite a lot.
A lot, Mauli. It's a lot.
From where it used to be to where it is now,
Today we bought a tin of milk, and
how much was it?
It was 7 cedis, 90 pesos.
That used to sell for, as far as I think 2-3 years ago, it was like 3 cedis, 50 pesos, 4 cedis. Yes, for that same tin of milk that you would get 2-3 years ago.
And the VAT on it is now 15%. If you take that 15%, that's almost like 1 cedi. Getting to 1 cedi or like 90 pesos of that. So imagine, let's take the VAT of 90%, 90 pesos of that.
That's a lot.
And VAT is not the only tax you are paying. You are paying Get Fund, you are paying COVID-19 levy, NHIL levy, and now they've added growth and stability levy, excise, you know. So right after all those new taxes were passed, then you come and see and blame the traders. If I was a trader and VAT has increased, it means that definitely, and you know, just recently also there was an uproar about the taxes that they pay at the port.
Yes, we'll come to that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if just a few days after government has decided that they are going to introduce these new taxes, which according to them were not even new in the first place, going to revise and amend them and make it more expensive, then it doesn't really sit well if he, as a deputy speaker of Parliament, comes out to say that it is the fault of the traders. If I were the traders, I would also be...
You feel some type of way about it.
Exactly, because if there's anyone not being sensitive to the plight of Ghanaians, it's definitely government, not we the traders.
Very well said, Stella. I've been speaking with Stella J-Jom Sogli, and she's my colleague here on the business desk at GhanaWeb, and we've been talking about why prices of goods and services still remain high despite Ghana recording some decline in its inflation figures. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with my colleague Stella J-Jom Sogli, who is on the business desk at GhanaWeb, and we've been talking about why the prices of goods and services still remain on a high despite Ghana recording some decline in its inflation figures. Stella, we've been talking about a lot of factors as to why prices of goods still remain high. We've talked about the traders, we've talked about the trading community, we talked about even the comments made by the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Now let's come to the widely known reason for why we are experiencing what we are experiencing. Government believes that the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, the effects of the pandemic, which happened 2-3 years ago, is the reason why we are where we are and why we are even seeking an IMF bailout. Are these concerns valid, and what do you make of them?
Well, I just saw a story today from last year that an economist or like a stakeholder was making the point that fertilizer shortage is not a result of the Russia-Ukraine war, but government has sold the Russia-Ukraine war to us as being a major factor. Well, we may not be able to take it in isolation and say that it has not had any impact. It has, because Ghana is very highly import dependent, and so if anything happens and it is going to affect our imports, definitely it will have a rippling effect on the prices of goods in our country, and also our increasing debt levels.
It's way high.
Exactly. We've been shut out of the international market. We are not able to get access to
loans
funds,
and facilities,
loans and grants and all of those things. So it's also have put the country in a tight position. We are not getting inflows like we should, and so everything is now expensive.
We've had to now rely on even the treasury bills.
Yes, to get money to fund the day-to-day activities. And you're hearing agitations in the media about labor, some people
job losses and cuts,
yes,
especially in the manufacturing sector.
Exactly.
It looks like a lot of people are poised to lose their jobs because
yes,
operational costs are high. We've even had an effect, and even on our telco sector as well, they've had to roll back some of their
services because government thinks that they are too cheap, and government needs the economy to become expensive. If for lack of a better word, for things to, water has been increased, electricity has been increased,
I think twice already.
Yes. And the last time that the finance minister was in the US for the spring meetings, there were concerns raised about increasing these things further.
Even in the new IMF program.
Yes, in the program to ensure that we are able to stay afloat. And so when you look at all these issues, it's a lot. And sometimes not appreciating it, or like people believe that government has not really been fair with Ghanaians, or like very open with us to tell us that we are in trouble.
Yes, this is where we are, and this is what we need to do to move.
One thing to that is like becomes a challenge is that it looks like when the 3 billion IMF bailout comes, that's going to be the end. Last year I had the opportunity to be at a press conference, and then I asked the finance minister about $3 billion US.
Is that enough?
Is that enough? Because even our interest payments alone,
it's quite a lot.
It's more than 3 billion. So if the 3 billion comes, well, people said is to balance our balance of payments and
transactions,
give us more reserves. But the IMF just said that our reserves are virtually empty, and by the end of the year, so will the IMF bailouts like really do something for us? Maybe that's the topic we could like delve into another time and see like how much can the IMF
going to impact on the economy.
Right. But they've been like, people have been telling governments that there are things they can do to show that we are in trouble, but those things are not happening. Like governments cutting expenditure, stop some of its lavish lifestyles, but we are not seeing any of those things from government. So it's really difficult to say that we are in a crisis.
Finally, we are almost wrapping up, and I think I want us to talk just briefly about some of the taxes that that is imposed on people at the ports. And I think I'll just briefly list some of them. We have the import duty tax, about 21 taxes for just one single item. So for instance, if someone says they want to go and purchase a car for like, let's say 25,000 cedis, they would be paying close to about 80,000 cedis just to clear the goods. And let me just run through some of the taxes that are imposed at the port. We have the import duty, we have the import VAT, the processing fee, the ECOWAS levy, the network charge VAT, the network charge COVID-19 health, which is very interesting, Ghana Shippers Authority SNF fee, import NHIL, network charge NHIL, I don't know what that is, IRS tax deposit, GHS disinfection fee. Interesting. MOTI EIDF fee, I don't know what that is. Special import levy, 2%. Ghana Export Import Bank levy. Ghana Education Trust Fund import. That's very interesting. Network charge get fund levy. Inspection fee. African Union import levy. COVID-19 health recovery levy. Stella.
Wow.
I think
like you can go on and on and on.
Yes,
and
a lot of taxes.
Apart from this too, you have to pay other taxes for processing.
And you have to now also pay even the agents that will be clearing the goods
for you.
Yeah.
And by the time the car comes down, a car that maybe you bought at maybe 25 or like 50,000,
it will go up by 3 times the price. Yeah.
And the person who buys in Ghana will now be buying this car at 150,000 Ghana cedi. Like,
it's quite a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's really a lot. So I do not know how well people have said, or like there's been an expert opinion on the fact that with the rate at which inflation is reducing, by the end of the year we may experience some decline, so about 20%. And even if
but this is just a projection.
This is just a projection.
We have no idea how things are going to pan out.
Exactly.
I mean, there are even concerns that if you don't reach the IMF deal by May, we're supposed to reach in March.
Yes.
There are concerns that if you don't reach it by May, our economy would suffer more
losses.
Yes.
But these projections that have been made are like kind of relieving that, okay, maybe if these things are anything to go by, then we may expect to see some declines soon. But my final thing to say is that even if these rates reduce, we are working with the figures, even if the figures reduce, are we going to see the same
on the market as well
effect on the markets? Because that's what the ordinary Ghanaian is interested in.
It's what's in their pocket.
My mom, my dad, my siblings, my friends,
they don't understand what is inflation.
About inflation rates being 30% or 40%.
And the producer price inflation and all those factors.
Those things. They do not really care. What they care is when I go to the market,
how much can I buy this?
Exactly. Yeah. Am I able to buy these things? By the time maybe the IMF deal will come, things will happen. It will get better. We want it to really get better.
All right. Yeah. Stella, thank you so much. It's been a very enlightening conversation. I've been speaking with my colleague on the business desk, Stella J-Jom Sogli, and we've been talking about why prices of goods and services still remain on a high despite Ghana's national inflation recording some decline in the past 3 months for 2023. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. And also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimega. Please do stay for best headlines.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the Digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
An enable environment for the private sector to grow, thereby enhancing the quality of life of the citizenry. Citizens must therefore be assured that these systems are trustworthy to enable them patronize it. Evidently, the subscriber identity module, SIM registration exercise, is one of the interventions that aligns with the agenda, since building trust in digital ecosystems is a priority. As we continuously increase the use of digital technologies in all aspects of our daily lives, the critical role of SIM registration exercise cannot be overlooked. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's digital transformation agenda is anchored in part on a credible SIM register and a competitive telecommunications industry. It is therefore worth mentioning that the secure and credible SIM database that has been established since the commencement of the exercise will eventually prevent fraudulent activities in relation to SIM-based transactions. Further, the exercise will create a safe ambience for consumers to use communication services. For the purpose of today's press conference, we will focus on two areas. Area number 1, a directive by the NCA to an MNO to suspend a service for a number of reasons. And number 2, we will explain the SIM registration exercise, the journey so far, and address some of the issues of concern that have been reported in the various media outlets in the past few weeks. So we begin with a briefing on MTN Zone Bundle, which is part of a broader regulatory intervention we call the significant market player. So let me give a little background of SMP. There have been recent public concerns raised about a temporary suspension of MTN data zone bundle. The concerns bordered on the relevance of the measures instituted to remedy the imbalances in the mobile sector in view of MTN's dominance in the mobile voice data and SMS service. We would like to shed light on significant market power, SMP, in mobile voice data SMS as they relate to MTN, and to clarify issues regarding the MTN data zone bundle. So a high-level definition of SMP. Simply put, significant market power is a concept in market competition relating to dominance of an operator in a particular market. In Ghana, the National Telecommunication Policy 2005 established that S23, NCA took note of an MTN product called MTN Data Zone Bundle, a 24-hour data bundle which offered discounts of up to 35% for the various data allocations. Some market players raised concerns about the predatory nature of this package. Consequently, the NCA engaged MTN and reviewed the products. It was found that for a number of price points, the MTN Data Zone Bundle was the lowest in the market in violation of the SMP directives. Also, the required prior approval was not obtained before the product was rolled out. Further, the license obligation of all MNOs to publish their tariffs, including the terms and conditions, was not adhered to in respect of this product. MTN was therefore directed to discontinue the product until such time that all violations have been remedied. After a series of engagement with the authority, MTN complied with the directives and the product was withdrawn on 5th April 2023. MTN has since submitted a revised data zone bundle, which has been approved by the authority for implementation. It is our expectation that the product will soon be available to customers. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion on this session, we would like to assure consumers and the general public that the regulatory interventions resulting from the classification of MTN as SMP are intended to sustain choice for consumers and protect consumer interests regarding the provisions of innovative services and competitive pricing. The protection of competition in the marketplace will protect the interests of consumers in the long term. So this brings me to an end of the briefing on the MTN Zone Bundle. Honorable Minister, distinguished media partners, ladies and gentlemen, I now bring you a briefing of the SIM registration exercise and the journey so far. A little background, a little history of SIM registration exercise in the country. This is the second time the SIM registration exercise is being conducted. For those of you who may recall, the first SIM registration exercise commenced on 1st July 2010 and was supposed to run for a year. The exercise was, however, extended and the Subscriber Identity Module Registration Regulation 2011 LI 2006 was enacted to govern the process. The registration and verification of SIMs and IDs used were the responsibilities of the MNOs per LI 2006. The exercise also began with no verification of IDs used until the NCA set up a temporary SIM registration unit where only manual verification of passports was used for SIM registration. With manual verification, your guess is as good as mine with regard to errors. Let me quickly take you through some of the challenges with the previous SIM registration exercise. The previous SIM registration exercise recorded some challenges which impacted the integrity of SIM databases held by the network operators. These included the use of a manual and unsustainable verification process for the passport for the exercise, as explained above. There was no limit on the number of SIM cards registered by individuals. There was a lack of verification which allowed agents of the MNOs to use IDs of unsuspecting individuals as well as invalid IDs to pre-register SIMs for sale. There was a lack of central SIM registration database that will allow NCA to independently and adequately monitor the registrations that had been completed as well as activities of MNOs regarding the SIM registration. Was the use of multiple IDs for registration of SIMs. There's also the inability of security and law enforcement agencies to trace IDs of individuals involved in SIM-related breaches of the law. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the current SIM registration and the modalities. In light of the above and to address the identified gaps, the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekufo, issued a policy directive on the current SIM registration exercise, which commenced on October 1st, 2021, in line with government's digital transformation agenda. Following the announcement, NCA began implementation of the SIM registration exercise in collaboration with the following stakeholders. All the MNOs participated. It says MTN, Vodafone, Airtel, Tigo, Glo, and they all participated. The broadband wireless access providers, government ministries and agencies, including Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the National Information Technology Agency, NITA, Registrar General Department, Ghana Immigration Service, Data Protection Commission, National Identification Authority. To continuously support and guide the exercise, two stakeholder committees, technical and communications, were put together. An Operational Support Center, OSC, was also set up to provide assistance to consumers and the general public on issues relating to the registration here at the NCA. So what are the modalities of the current SIM registration? After extensive engagement with identified stakeholders, the following modalities were put in place to guide the implementation of the SIM registration exercise. The use of Ghana card for registration of SIMs in accordance with National Identity Register Regulations 2012 LI 2111 and Subscriber Identity Module Registration Regulations 2011 LI 2006. B. Verification of ownership of the Ghana card details against NIA database. And C. Collection of biometric data for verified subscriber after a positive likeness and liveliness check. D, we also have the limit of 10 SIMs per individuals and 3 SIMs per foreign visitors across all networks. And the last but not least, the establishment of a central SIM register in accordance with Executive Instrument 63/2020. So let me just take you quickly to the registration process. So SIM registration has existed for 2 categories. So there's the category of subscribers who are re-registering and for new subscribers. So we have new subscribers and existing subscribers. So for existing subscribers, you have 2 stages, stage 1 and stage 2. In stage 1, the customer initiates registration of existing SIM by submitting the underlisted Ghana card details via USSD code 404. So here you need to provide your first name and surname. You need to provide your date of birth, the Ghana card PIN, and then your sex. So a successful submission will result in the subscriber being sent a unique code to be used for the second stage of the SIM registration. So in stage 2, the SIM registration app was used to capture the subscribers' biometric information after a successful liveliness and likeliness check. So again, in stage 2, we don't proceed to capture your biometric unless there is a successful liveliness and likeliness check. So at this point, I'd like to use some numbers to explain to you all the journey so far. So I don't know if you all can. Give me a mic. Thank you. So, at the inception of the SIM registration exercise, the cumulative total SIMs that existed in the individual SIM databases that were held by the MNOs were 42,749,709. 42 million. Again, this is the number of active SIMs on 1st October 2021 at the inception of the SIM registration exercise. These were SIMs registered with IDs such as NHIA cards, passports, driver's licenses, etc. A lot of these IDs were not verified at the time they were being used to register the SIMs. So the key point here is we began with a 42,749,709. Next, please. So where are we currently? Where are we currently? Currently, the active SIMs in the system, and we'll explain these numbers quickly. It's 36,571,256. 36,571,256. Now, this is made up of 25,488,256 28,962 SIMs that have completed stage 1 and stage 2 of the SIM registration exercise. So again, what this means is that these 25,448,962 are SIMs that are in the current central SIM register, verified, all tied into a Ghana card. And then there's also what we call, there's also 11,122,285 SIMs. Now, these SIMs are active SIMs, but they are not registered in the central SIM register. We will explain why we have this number. Next slide, please. In the process of this exercise, 6,178,452 SIMs have been delinked from the SIM register. So when I say the SIM register here, I'm referring to the cumulative SIM register. So these SIMs were SIMs that existed at the beginning of the exercise, but currently they do not exist. They've been delinked or removed from the SIM register. Why were they delinked? These were SIMs that completed stage 1, but did not complete stage 2. So if anyone completes stage 1, it presupposes that they have what? They have a Ghana card. So they have a Ghana card. They began the process, registered for stage 1, did not do stage 2, and they've been completely delinked from the system. Just like this. To this data at some point as we go along. But at this point, I want to address some issues arising from the current SIM registration. The first one is registrations exceeding the limit of 10. Registrations exceeding the limit of 10. The limit of 10 SIM registration is for individual subscribers, while corporate entities can register more than 10 SIMs. As a result, there was a need for all SIM registration shared with a central SIM register to be properly classified as either business or individual. Again, the point here is in order for you to be able to enforce this limit of 10, all SIMs have to be properly classified as what? Individual or business. At the beginning of exercise, the NCA noticed that the classification field for SIM registration shared with the central SIM register was not being completed. The MNOs who were not completing the classification field requested for time to reconfigure their databases in order to properly classify the SIM registrations and share SIM with the central SIM register. This gave some subscribers the opportunity to register more than 10 SIMs. Also, at the beginning of a SIM registration exercise, the MNOs complained that a lot of their agents did not have smartphones required for registration of new SIMs in line with the current SIM registration process. As a result, MNOs were allowed to continue to use their legacy platform, which only required the future phone for registration. This opened the process to abuse by some actors in the registration process in stage 1. As part of the monitoring process, the NCA uncovered this abuse and immediately directed all MNOs to discontinue use of their legacy platform for registration. It is important to note that the legacy registration platform only allowed for completion of stage 1 of the SIM registration exercise without biometric capture. ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about protecting the integrity of the SIM register. In order to protect the integrity of the SIM register, NCA also directed the MNOs to complete the classification or categorization of all SIM ownership into individual or business SIM. NCA directed MNOs to deactivate all SIMs that are partially registered, stage 1. I just show you the numbers, 6 million plus. Strictly apply the limit of 10 SIMs to individual SIMs. Also develop a solution whereby consumers can use a short code to check the number of SIMs registered with their Ghana cards. So MNOs have been directed to implement a uniform short code, *402*1#, and you provide certain information. It will now display the number of SIMs that are associated with a particular Ghana card PIN. We will deploy this on 1st May 2023. So by 1st May 2023, you should be able to verify all SIMs that are registered and tied into your particular Ghana card. NCA also directed MNOs to ensure that consumers that want to delink SIM cards from their Ghana cards can do so after a full KYC eyeballing of the consumer by the MNOs. This delinking will also be done only at the consumer care centers of the MNOs to ensure integrity and to ensure only the right owners of SIMs are allowed to delink. So the point here is you are not only typing *402#*1, but in the event that you identify SIMs that are not yours, right, there's a process for you to delink. The MNOs have been requested to develop enterprise web-based systems for businesses to check and delink SIMs that are no longer in use or unwanted by the business. So ladies and gentlemen, let's look at claims that the SIM database has been breached. We wish to assure the general public that the SIM database has not been breached. In the first place, there has been no unauthorized access to the SIM registration database. The identified abuses of stage 1 processes, which have been resolved, do not amount to unauthorized access to the SIM registration database. I want to be clear about that. So what's the way forward? Again, in the coming days, MNOs will introduce a system to enable subscribers to check the number and details of the SIM registered in their respective names. It's very easy. *402*1#, *402*1#. And if for some reason there's a SIM that is associated with your Ghana card that doesn't belong to you, there's a process that you can follow to get that SIM or SIMs be delinked. Number 2, based on the statistics that we showed earlier, there are about 11 million active unregistered SIMs. 11 million active unregistered SIMs. Now, who do these SIMs belong? They belong to exempted SIMs from Ghanaians on national duties outside Ghana, foreign diplomats, refugees. So Ghanaians on active duties outside Ghana, foreign diplomats have been exempted. But there's also recalcitrant subscribers who have Ghana cards but have refused to register. In fact, there's a lot more of them. Some subscribers who have registered some but not all SIMs. There are a few of us who may have 5 SIMs, but we register 2, and we leave the 3. And of course, subscribers who do not genuinely have what? Ghana cards. How do you address this? One of the things to note is that active mass SIM registration for existing SIMs is coming to a close. Again, I repeat, active mass SIM registration for existing SIMs is coming to a close. As mentioned earlier, we have what? 11 million SIMs which are yet to begin the registration process. So listen to this. The subscriber of these unregistered active SIMs have up to 31st May 2023 to complete their SIM registration or have their SIMs deactivated, delinked from the network. So if you don't go and have the rest of your SIMs, or if you haven't actually done it, you have up to 31st May 2023. The only exemption will be for those I have listed above, the exempted Ghanaians on national duties outside, foreign diplomats, and refugees. Subscribers who do not genuinely have Ghana cards will have to prove that they do not have Ghana cards to prevent SIMs being deactivated. The SIM registration exercise will only be for new SIMs from 1st June 2023. The SIM registration exercise, it will be for new SIMs from 1st June 2023. If you are part of this 11 million and you are not exempted, you are not a foreign diplomat, you are not a refugee, you will be delinked if you do not register. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We can now state that Ghana has a single central SIM register as mandated by Executive Instrument 63. We can now say that. Again, when we began this exercise, there was no single central SIM registration database. The SIM registration database were held individually at the MNOs. That made it very difficult from a management standpoint to even have visibility into it. As we sit here today, we can now say that there is what? A single central SIM register. B, it is important to note that Ghana now has a SIM database that has integrity. Let me repeat this. It is important to note that Ghana now has a SIM database that has integrity. Why am I saying that? Well, every active registered SIM in the current SIM registration database can be traced to a unique Ghana card. Every active SIM in the SIM registration database. And when I say SIM registration database, I'm referring to the central SIM registration database, not the individual SIM registration database that is held by MNOs. The individual SIM registration that is held by MNOs include those 11 million. Those 11 million, they are not in the central SIM registration database. They are not in the central SIM registration database. The central SIM registration database has 25,448,962, and these can be traced to 13,982,557 unique Ghana cards. Let me repeat. It's important to note that Ghana now has a SIM database that has integrity. Every active registered SIM in the current SIM registration database can be traced to a unique Ghana card. That was not the case at the beginning and onset of the exercise. MNOs, listen to this. A team has been put in place to periodically audit the individual SIM registers held by the MNOs and BWAs to ensure they are consistent with the central SIM register. And any MNO or BWA found to be in breach will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Understand that NCA doesn't do SIM registration. It's the MNOs who do SIM registration. They register new SIMs. They re-register existing SIMs. They are required by directive at the end of the day to make sure that they sync up with the central SIM register. So it cannot happen that we will have a central SIM register that is not consistent with any MNO's own SIM register. That's what I'm saying here. So there's a team at NCA that has been put together that will be doing this periodic audit to make sure that we are in sync. So to our valued consumers, we can assure you that your registration information is safe. Your data has not been breached, and the NCA is working with stakeholders, is committed to ensuring the continuous integrity of the SIM register. We are committed. SIM registration is a key national assignment fundamental to our digital transformation agenda. It is critical for the building of trust and confidence in the use of telecommunication, financial, and other essential services. A reliable SIM register will support security and law enforcement activities to safeguard our common peace and to promote socio-economic development. We count on all stakeholders, including you, the media, to drive the support to enable us achieve a successful SIM registration exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, this exercise has been a collaborative one involving several persons and institutions, and we wish to acknowledge them. We would like to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the decision to embark on this very important exercise aimed at using telecommunication space to propel the digital transformation agenda. We also thank the Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Mahamadou Bawumia, for his contribution to the success of this effort. It will be recalled that the first meeting by key stakeholders to discuss the process of using Ghana card to verify SIMs in the country was held and chaired by His Excellency, the Vice President, in his office on 12 April 2021. 12 April 2021. We wish to acknowledge the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, Honorable Esla Usu Ekufu, for providing policy direction and continuous support to this exercise. Our appreciation goes to the Board of Directors of NCA, chaired by Mr. Isaac E. Osei Bonsu Jr., for taking key interest in the SIM registration exercise and providing relevant guidance for the success of this important national assignment. We wish to extend our appreciation to the MNOs and BWS. Here I mean MTN, Vodafone, Tigo, and Teleso. We wish to extend our appreciation to the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. We wish to extend our appreciation to the Ministry of Information and other ministries and sister agencies, civil society organizations, among others. Special thanks to the National Identification Authority, the National Information Technology Agency, and the SIM registration technical partners, Kali GBG. We are also thankful to consumers for their participation in this exercise. Thank you for your presence and your attention. Sure. I have to write it. Yeah, sure. Maybe let me get my book. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. John Ochi, for the briefing. Would take questions now. The format we have is that of the microphone being placed. Can you get a microphone stand? Yeah. And then we'll take 3 questions at a time. Then DJ and the team will then answer, and then move on to the next 3. So I'll suggest that if you have questions, please line up in front of the microphones. We'll take the first 3 questions. Kindly say your name, your media house, and then ask your question. Let's keep it 1 question at a time, please, for now. So questioners, please, let's see you lined up in front of the microphones, and then we'll start off from there. Please, let's start with you, madam.
Good morning. My name is Nano Yampa. I work with Asasi Radio. From the background you gave on the MTN issue, it's obvious that the network flouted the rules. Are there going to be sanctions? And why did it take months for you to, and also agitation from the other telcos for you to take an action? Don't you have a system to monitor the services and packages of the telcos? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next question, please.
My name is...
hold on a second, please. Yes.
My name is Kester Crunchy. I write for Daily Graphic. When it was announced that the SIM registration was going to start by the minister, she said it was going to be done the registration of devices so that we would run concurrently. But that hasn't happened. So I wanted to find out when we are going to register devices.
All right, thank you, Kester. Many more questions, please, before DG takes up. Yes.
Good morning. My name Ibrahim Al-Hassan, GH1 TV, Star FM. Yes, I just want to find out, in your submission, you mentioned that during the SIM card registration exercise or the process, when you submit your Ghana card, it's verified. I want to find out what form this verification takes. If it's indeed verified, then how come we have some other SIMs that do not belong to some subscribers haven't been registered with their Ghana card? And what's that? What is the relationship and collaboration between the NCA and the National Identification Authority relative to this SIM card registration exercise?
Thank you very much. So you will take the three questions from the three questioners, and then we'll take the next three. DG.
So Nanawe, thank you for your question. So the question, if I may repeat, so your question was MTN flouted the rules, and what is NCA going to do about it? And don't we actually have a system to monitor? So very, very valid, good questions. So the SMP have been in place in a little over a year, and so we continue to monitor. And as I stated in my submission, that was actually the very first time that MTN have flouted any of the conditions that were attached to conditions or remedies that were attached to the SMP. And so a decision was taken that since this was the first time, you have to caution them. So that's what we did. Right? We cautioned, we wrote to them to caution that this is going to be the last time. Again, SMP has been in place for 2 years, and that was actually the very first time. So the NCA actually have what we call the SMP desk. It's actually a team headed by a gentleman here, seated here. And so we continue to monitor, but it takes, it's not like you enter a room and you turn on the light and the light is on. There's a lot of technical analysis that should be done. And that's exactly what we did to identify that a breach had occurred. Again, we are very serious about SMP, and MTN knows that. They've been very cooperative. And each time there are issues, we call immediately and have meetings to have it resolved. But on your question number one, if it happens again, certainly there will be sanction. So, tester, right? Daily graphic. Registration of devices. So, yes, that is in the works. Doing the SIM registration exercise alone is a lot of work. Trying to add the device registration will have compounded it. So, very soon you should hear from us on the registration of devices. But that is actually going on in a way at the background, because anytime that you are connected to the network, right, the network actually knows your device. So actual implementation will be much easier because of this SIM registration exercise. So what does it really mean that when you submit your Ghana card, it is verified? So the SIM registration exercise have two stages, stage 1 and stage 2, stage 1 and stage 2. So in stage 1, what you are verifying is ownership of the Ghana card. And it's actually a two-step process. So the data that you input on the short code is captured by your MNO and verified against their KYC database. And if it comes close to what is there, approval is given for submission of the last name and the Ghana card PIN to NIA, right, for verification against the NIA database. So again, what NIA is verifying is ownership. NIA is not, there's no biometric verification, and it's verification of ownership. And so again, this explains your last question. There's collaboration with NIA. So that's why, if you can you put the slide that shows the number of SIMs in the central database? So all the 25 million plus SIMs have been verified against a Ghana card that was issued by what? NIA. This could not be done if there's no collaboration between NCA and NIA. Thank you. Yes, again, one of the positive things that have happened now, if you are in law enforcement or security or any other service, you can verify every SIM that is in a central register to what? To a Ghana card. You can verify that, which is a very positive. And I think as Ghanaians, we should all be proud that at least we have a digital ecosystem that have very good verification tied into it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions, please?
I just want to find out how the declaration of MTN as an SMP helped correct the market imbalances since 2020. And also he said that this is in the long run going to help the consumer. But when MTN suspended their data zone bundle, a lot of consumers were complaining. So if you could tell us how exactly the consumer is going to benefit from this.
Thank you. Yes.
Kingsley, Ghanaian Times.
Hold on a second, please.
Kingsley, Ghanaian Times. I want to find out of the Ghanaian Times, out of the 11 million unregistered SIMs, how many belong to foreign diplomats, refugees, and exempted?
Want the breakdown of the 11 million?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And what happens to Ghanaians who have genuinely not gotten their Ghana card after the deadline? What happens to them? Is there going to be a window for them?
Speak up a bit. I'm sure your colleagues can hear you. What happens to those Ghanaians who don't have Ghana cards?
Yeah, genuinely don't have Ghana cards.
Okay.
What happens to them after the deadline?
All right, sure. Thank you very much. One after this, please. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Crosby. I work with TV3. This is what I'd like to find out.
So the first name again?
Crosby. So amongst the reasons for beginning the SIM card re-registration was to reduce the instances of fraud. So for those who have had their Ghana cards unknowingly used to register multiple SIM cards that may be involved in illegalities, what can they do in the meantime until the 1st May beginning where they could, delink their numbers? Plus, how come we're still, recording instances of fraud, people calling you, I work with this, and then how are we still recording those cases despite these new registrations and regulations? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Charles, please. Charles from Graphic, and then DG would take up the answers.
I think he mentioned my name already, so let's go ahead. Of the 6 million that had been deactivated, can you give us a breakdown? And then 2, with the
breakdown was in what? Explain that, please.
A breakdown as in which
MNOs.
MNOs, yes. Now, secondly, I want to know with the SMP, we know that it is meant to ensure that those that are not up to are not very competitive can match up to the market leader. If you look at what is happening in the sector now, you see that the smaller ones are not putting in any investments, substantial investments to come up. When are we going to see them do such investments so that they can match what the market leader is doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG.
So, Ajwa, I think you wanted to understand the process that leads to the SMP. Right? It's actually it's a laid down process. The key is you really need to follow the process. Because one of the things that had happened was, recall that when we announced that that MTN was SMP, they actually did take us to court. You can imagine if we had not followed the process, we would have had issues with that. So that's a separate thing that it was going to take a long time to actually take you through. But if you want, we can sit with you and brief. Okay. Yes. Okay. So the other one that I need to add to that is, can we take me to? We don't have that. Yes. She doesn't have it. Yeah. So go to the next slide. Next slide. Keep going. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Keep going.
So that was before.
Yes. So actually, I even want to use the asymmetric.
So if I understood the question, you want to know how the impact on the business as of now.
Okay. So this was.
I will just stay on the chat.
So this, if you look at the one on the left, that was December 2019, pre-commencement of the review of data that have come in for us to make a decision. So you could see that at that time, MTN, and this is voice actually, MTN was 55% voice, Vodafone 22, Airtel to go 21, and Glo was 2%. Right now, if you fast forward to February 2023. Yeah. So fast forward. So if you fast forward to February 2023, for voice, MTN is 67%, Vodafone is 18%, Airtel Tigo is 15%. Now, a lot had happened in between. At the time, the SMP was enacted to the point that we are. There are several factors that can actually, we can. Now, I think if you go back to the last question that was asked by Charles, it is part of the factors. So one of the things we have learned is that it's not only just tagging one player as an SMP, but it's also important for the other parties to also up their game. As a matter of fact, as part of the remedies, there's one of them that we call asymmetric termination, right? Asymmetric interconnection. So the goal here is we made it in such a way that it will cost you 30%. It will cost the non-SMP players 30% less, right, when they terminate on MTN, right? Now, I'll show you a slide. That, do you have that slide?
Which one?
Okay, good. Let's go through the SMP slides. Keep going.
One slide back. One more. Thank you.
Okay. So, again, if you look at this, based on the asymmetric interconnection, which is one of the remedies you see that the industries have saved 86,784,227.541. So Vodafone alone have saved what? 50 million plus, right? Globe 1.6, Airtel 34.7. So it's a series of remedies that you put in place. Now some of them, there's again, the question somebody will ask, so what happened to this money? Where was it used? And so on. It's a whole discussion that we can get into some other time. So Kingsley, the question was the details of the 11 million plus. Details of the 11 million plus. So that information, we can make it available, hopefully, maybe before the end of the week. But it is made up of foreign dignitaries that are in the country, Ghanaians that are on national assignments, the disabled, but majority of them are actually Ghanaians who have not registered their SIMs. Because even when we began this exercise, I believe the number of Ghanaians that were outside, I believe were around 400K. And the exemptions that we've given to foreign service, it will be less than 100K. So a good number of this 11 million plus, right, are Ghanaians who either don't have Ghana card or have Ghana card but decide that for one reason or the other, right, they will not register. Hopefully we'll find out who they are come end of May. So what happens if you don't have a Ghana card? That's a very difficult question, right? So the goal is you have to prove that you don't have a Ghana card. Certainly, you know.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton, be a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Later on, he became sick and became deafblind. And I was brought here to continue my education.
Miss Sylvia Abena is one of the very few deaf-blind persons in society. The fact is, most of them are either neglected or abandoned altogether. But this young lady is writing a special narrative of her life. We are going to speak with her to find out about her plans, her ambitions, and then find out from her what persons in society can do for persons like her or persons living with her condition.
Sylvia Abena's story, as the first of her kind to attain high academic heights, is one to behold. The 34-year-old deaf-blind woman from Benin, Esikuma, in the central region, lived her life as a normal child until age 7, when a strange illness led to her admission at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. With the assistance of Theodore Ackley, one of her former instructors at the deaf-blind department of Mampon School for the Deaf, Sylvia tells us her story.
Okay, he started normal school when he was a child. Before, later on, she came to special school. Continue. What happened for you to stop normal school?
Because that time I was seeing and hearing.
Okay,
So
I had normal vision, I had normal hearing, so I went to regular school.
At most early at
Mass Holy Heart Preparatory School.
Mataiko,
Accra. Later on, he became sick and became deafblind. And I was brought here to continue my education.
2000.
In the year 2000 or 2000.
I was dead.
She had to change schools due to her condition and ended up attending the School for the Blind at Mampon, Ikuapem, and the Demonstration School for the Deaf for her senior high school education.
I did general arts.
History,
economics,
and
CRS,
religious and
complex secondary high school.
Senior high school.
2015.
Which school did you complete?
Senior high school.
And F just.
So I returned to Center for Deafblind Children here to offer voluntary work for 2 years. I continued with my education.
University
of Education. Whenever.
Central region.
Okay.
I did rehabilitation.
I did rehabilitation.
Diploma.
In
2017.
2017
2019.
to 2019.
I passed with credit.
I passed with
Christmas rate degree.
I completed degree from 2019 to 2021.
I did the same class, rehabilitation, community versus rehabilitation and disability state.
She recalls how her parents were told to stop doing everything for her when she enrolled into the school for the blind, as her instructor said she would be trained to be independent. Sylvia is now capable of undertaking some basic responsibilities for herself, including cooking, washing, sweeping, cleaning, and many others.
When I came here, at first, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't communicate sign language. But because of this center, now I have acquired a lot of skills. Thank you.
When I come to this center, then the teacher around them.
My family did not support me at first. But when I came to this center, teachers here encouraged my family to support me at first. But at first, I didn't receive. They did everything for me whilst I was young. But when I came here, teachers advised my parents to stop doing everything for me, but rather train me with skills to do it on my own.
Currently waiting for government employment after her national service, the young woman occupies herself doing voluntary work with the deafblind department of the demonstration school for the deaf.
It's about our gym work. We have our gym in the classroom over there. She has not visited the place, but our was now we have activity inside the classroom over there. Outside. And here some other activity can be done here. So you prefer to work here? It doesn't matter. That is your idea. That is your idea. But now I am not asking for suggestion. We have planned activities ready to go. Later, ball can come in. Okay, that's important. Okay, so later, so that is good. Over there, we have bicycle. We have activities like rolling on the floor. Then we have press up. And you never enter there. You don't know. So today, let's go there so that you see. Who the pass in the classroom. Now, what do you want to do? What are you doing right now? You go with us? Okay.
I did the same class, Reputation. Justice. Reputation.
Sylvia's future aspirations include working with the Ghana Education Service, particularly with deafblind children, and establish an NGO to support deafblind kids in Ghana.
To work in Ghana Education Service with deafblind children. I want to open new NGO also. So through aspiration, we want to work in Ghana Education Service, and then whilst working, she wants to establish her own NGO.
All right.
What do you want to do with your NGO?
To earn that we have the blood in Ghana.
I want to support deafblind children in Ghana.
All right.
I want to create awareness and then support deafblind children in Ghana.
She stressed that children with disabilities must be sent to school like other children to access education or some training.
I want to advise people that if there are people, children with disability, especially deafblind children, or low vision,
living with
people living with disability,
they must have right to send their children.
They must bring the children to school. They must bring them to special school. Because schooling is very important for all children in the world.
Asked if she has men expressing love interest in her, she answered in the negative.
Does she have anybody now?
Do you have anybody marry you now? No.
However, she hopes to meet a caring man who she would get married to in the near future.
Now I'm not married, but in future,
I want to marry. That I want to God
only I want God to lead me to a good husband who will stay with me forever.
To keep her occupied and raise some capital, she crafts some artwork such as doormats, bed mats, praying mats for Muslims, among others. Though she currently has a personal sight guide who voluntarily supports her in her day-to-day activities, she is appealing for some assistance to employ a full-time personal guide and interpreter.
I have a
some challenge example.
I have a problem with assistant grade.
You are praying with what again? Okay, I have a problem with a sight guide. I need somebody to guide me. And then an interpreter, personal interpreter. So I want someone to help me.
Everywhere I go, that's government.
I want someone to assist me.
Okay.
If somebody can support to pay a guide or pay an interpreter, I will be happy. I can see, I can hear, I depend on people for my all my activities. I want government to help me to employ a guide a site guide for me so that life can be a little bit comfortable.
She's also appealing for a Braille computer to enable her lead an independent life.
I need computer with Braille display which can help me to receive information.
I'm sure you've been inspired by the thrilling story of Miss Sylvia Abena, who has put aside all the odds to ensure that she climbs the academic ladder to the highest level. And she's also determined to do more to impact society. From the deafblind department of the cafe demonstration school for the deaf, Michael Roberts for GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
Right there.
We've witnessed a lot of marriages collapse because of childlessness. Husbands, wives, mocked for what they term as their inability to have children. So I asked the question, are children the ultimate prize in marriages? So here on Moons and Cuddles, we discuss how to handle childlessness, and also in the cases where you find yourself in what they term as an unplanned pregnancy, how best do you handle the situation? And I have here with me the right guest to do the discussion. So Thomas Duke Labig Amankwado, he's a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo, Norway. Yes, and he's also a former University of Oxford scholar, and he is the author of historic fiction book The Half Moon, and also he is a coach. Thomas, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, he's very popular on Facebook, so you should check out all the amazing things that he does. We're not doing this alone. We also have Smart Techi Nixon. He's an author, a broadcast journalist, a public relations officer. So when we talk, event hosting, when you're looking for someone to train you in public speaking, when we talk about creative writing and anything that has got to do with stage play production, we say Smart Techi Nixon. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Paula.
Later on we're going to discuss all the amazing things that you do. That's why we call you the proud sons of the land, guys. But today is a big deal in our part of the world where we find ourselves. And they say children are a gift from God, and when you don't have children in a marriage, trust me, they're going to come after you. So I just want to find out, are children the ultimate prize in marriage? Let me take it from you, Smart, since you are the married man.
Nice way to cut Duke some slack on this one. But interestingly, I think that one of the fascinating things that I've heard about marriage is a marriage without a child is still a marriage. And so if you're a couple and you're going into marriage, it is one of the things that you should have at the back of your mind, that a marriage without a child is still a marriage. It doesn't nullify the status of the marriage. Okay, and that is one of the things that people do not come to accept. Because if you take a look at our part of the world, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned our part of the world, when you marry an individual, you are marrying a family. You are not marrying just a person. So at the weddings, you see it manifest. You see expectations of people being projected on you. And after the marriage as well, you would hear these expectations. Because sometimes you would go and visit your in-laws, and some of them will pass very funny comments. Like, hey, it's been a year since you guys got married. What's happening? We all know the intent of that particular statement. It is an indirect way to tell you that you guys are really delaying when it comes to childbirth. And you hear these comments coming from the mothers especially. I want to hold my grandchild. I want to hold my grandchild. But on a broader spectrum, if you really want to take a look at childbirth and the importance of it in marriage, there are a lot of things that stops or prevents a couple from having a child. Let's even move away from the medical condition. I personally believe that there is nothing like there is this funny saying we have in Ghana. People tell you, oh, you just give birth, God will take care of it.
But I don't know how much baby food, pampers, diapers, all those things. Precisely. They have no idea.
Precisely.
But Smart, I'll come to you. Thomas, we know that family pressure can be very worse. So how best can a couple handle an in-law who is always on your door knocking, when are the children going to come? When are the children going to come? And usually it's the women who suffer this. So as a loving husband, how best can you tame them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not a loving husband yet, so it's a bit tricky. But that being said,
I think that children are indeed a blessing to every couple, and when we look at this from a cultural perspective, from a cultural dimension, we would understand that it's not just about having a child for just having a child for that sake, but it is a way of sort of bringing the two families together in ways that probably would be impossible by just signing a document in court or exchanging vows. This sort of it carves this union between the two families in a very spectacular way, and that is why families always, place a lot of words on children. But then again, you're not your own creator, and you sometimes it might. I mean, you try and you're not getting it. But how to handle this is a very tricky question that I don't think we can unravel, get to an answer. But what I can say is that it all comes down to understanding between the families. Why are we not having a child? Is there a medical explanation to this? Is there something we can do medically to improve our chances of getting a baby? If not, then what's the next best option to having a baby? I think that it comes down to just communication between the families and getting to find the best alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
People place a lot of emphasis when it comes to, you mentioned the medical aspect of it, then you realize that other people are also putting a lot of pressure on the spiritual aspect of it.
Yes.
So, a couple finds themselves in a quagmire where someone says, okay, forget about the doctors, let's go and see this pastor. I
Before
think
you
that
realize you've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But then I just want to find out, because I'm the woman, let me speak for the women.
Okay.
In a marriage where there's no kids, childlessness, the first person that people blame, the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have children. You're a barren woman. The list goes on and on. Why are people quick to, put the blame on women? Meanwhile, there are men who got low sperm count, impotent, if that's the word, it's not too hard. But then people are quick to do. Is it that the women love to take the blame because they don't want people know, oh, my husband, his performance is just, why?
Women are the bearers of life.
Okay.
Women are the bearers of life. Every life on this planet Earth came from a woman. Every single life. There is nothing that walks on the surface of this earth that didn't come from a woman. I mean, aside the man's contribution, it is the women that we see produce. It is the women we see deliver. It is the woman we are expecting to bring the child into the family. But what they forget is what you also pointed out, is that it's two people that put the woman in that particular condition before she can deliver. However, our families are designed in such a way that whenever people get married, at the end of the day, people have this mindset that, okay, the moment I am expecting something from your family or from the couple and I am not getting it, the first intent is to change the woman and not to change the man. The pressure is that, oh, she's not fertile enough. We should have done a background check on her family. We should have asked more questions. Do you know whether she has done any abortions? And so there is too much of expectations, especially on the side of the woman. And I've always maintained this position that it takes a man of strong mind to stand and tell his own parents in the face that stop the noise. Stop putting the woman through that pressure. Because there are things in life you just cannot control. And it's also one of the hardest truths that people can accept. There are things you can control. There are couples today, there is nothing medically wrong with them. There is nothing spiritually wrong with them. It is not coming. So I would borrow the words of Duke. It comes down to understanding. Do you even understand? These people are in a space where they are doing everything for the first time. The marriage is their first marriage. They are even finding ways of navigating it. And you are here putting pressure of childbirth on them. And so you must have a man. If the man weakens in his mind to kowtow to, let's say, whatever family is saying, that is where the woman feels a lot of pressure on herself, because she feels like she doesn't have anybody to lean on.
Exactly.
But if you are the man and you step forward,
stand up for her,
and you are able to tell even your own parents, not just the lady's parents, your own parents, that hey,
because we say you are the, you are the head of the house. Act
and you are the
such.
neck.
Exactly. The woman is the neck. So you tell them, this is my home, this is how things are going to be run. But then, Duke, in our part of the world, because we prioritize children a lot.
Yeah.
In the cases when they are not coming, people want to try everything possible. They want to know that they've exhausted all means possible. But one thing that people don't love to go for is surrogacy or adoption.
Yeah.
Why is it a big
this is a very tricky question, you know. It comes down to Ghana's social structure, our cultural social structure. We, the smallest unit in the Ghanaian society is the family, right?
Yeah.
And until recently, it was the extended family. And this is a very close-knit blood relation, right? And Ghanaians, it's hard to sometimes to admit this, but we are very tribalistic.
Highly.
We're very, ethnocentric to that extent. And so, you want, people just can't understand why they should just go and take someone they don't share this, blood relation with, and then all of a sudden treat that person as if that person was his family.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why adoption is very, very, very difficult. But then again, this is a country where we are also quite funny, because we also love to bring people that we're not blood related to into our homes, and then also treat them as if they were family. We have so many people living with their aunties and uncles and great uncles and great aunties and distant relatives and all that. But I think when it comes down to childlessness and adoption, it also sort of sends a signal that you have conceded defeat. As soon as you go in for an adoption, then you send a signal to the church members and the Meko that you don't trust you don't trust God anymore, and you've taken the matters into your own hands.
So in a case where we're getting married, maybe I'm a career woman, this is the time where I'm at my peak, so I just want to give myself some time, and then the family people come in and all that. People will even think like, okay, of course you can't have children, but meanwhile at that time I'm just taking my time. You married, smart. So how best can a couple inform the family that, okay, we are giving ourselves some time?
So for us, I think my wife and I, we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed a comment and shut them up. We've visited her parents. They've made a comment and she shuts them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah.
That discussion went so deep to the point that we had to even discuss the type of education we want to give our kids. And so we thought to ourselves that it needed planning. It wasn't something that we were just going to step in and, do. And most things that people do not weigh as well. It's quite interesting you mentioned career, because in Ghana today, if a lady should get pregnant, it means that she is about to lose about 2 years of her life. And if most men are fully aware in terms of consciousness of the place in which you're going to put the woman, they will think twice about how they bring kids into, because there are, I know a friend who the wife gave birth, the first one, and the second one followed very quickly. like 6 months later, the wife had taken seed again. And so now this lady, who probably may be supporting you at home with other stuff in terms of payment of bills and all that, is going to be out of work for the next 3 to 4 years. And if we do not manage these things, and I really agree with you, because now you must ask yourself, why are we bringing the kids? Is it just we enjoy having kids, or we really want to give them the best of life, or it is just nice to have an addition in the family to the, to the extended family?
But before we wrap up on this particular discussion, I just want to ask you how important it is to plan your children, because in Ghana we're talking about economy, things are hard, but people just want to give birth, and there are a lot of children on the streets who are just under the sun selling and all that. If you know you are not ready, God will take care of it.
Paula, let's face the fact, it's very difficult to plan in Ghana. It's not like people don't want to plan, or people just are just careless. It's just difficult to plan anything in Ghana. People plan their education, and university lecturers go on strike, and all of a sudden your plan is thrown ajar. It's very difficult. We live in a country where almost everything is based on contingency. You can't even plan a trip that would take 1 hour. You end up spending 3 hours.
Contingency must.
Yes, you say I can't stay my plan.
Wow.
So that's the fact of this life in this country. You can't just plan. That doesn't mean that you should not plan. But you have to plan in such a way that would inculcate into your plan these inconsistencies, these unforeseen circumstances. Almost every friend I have here in Ghana is in a precarious job situation, apart from those who are working for the government. I have one of my friends who recently had, in the span of 4 years, has had 3 kids, and this guy is unemployed. And I asked him, just yesterday, but how are you being responsible? You are not even responsible for your own self. You're not being. How are you doing this?
3 kids in 4 years.
And then what he told me was that, how do I think he survived? And I said, how? He said, God. It's just God.
God will take care of us.
It's just God.
I see.
It is important to plan, Paula, but at the same time, we don't want to discourage the youth. We don't want to discourage our peers from taking certain bold steps.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we're having today's discussion at Anpi's Barber's Studio here at the Legon City Mall. Guys, ladies, just working anytime from Monday to Sunday. He works all the time. So you can come here for a clean shave. Our gentlemen, it's very important that you look good all the time. Women too, we have braiding here, we do twist and locks, we do pedicure. It's a 360 thing here, and the environment is very cool. When you come here, you can come with your friends, and as I stated the last time, you can come with your boyfriend, let him get a clean cut, and then later on you see what will happen. But we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cardos on GhanaWeb TV continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. Now for the second part, we're doing something interesting. How to take responsibility for an unplanned pregnancy. Now this is just not for married people. Before the marriage, when you're there with your girlfriend, with your a woman that you're seeing, and maybe if it's just a one-night thing and she comes back to say, I'm pregnant, how do you handle it? Do you say, oh please, this is not what I bargained for, go do the abortion, or you take responsibility? Because at the end of the day, men are taking responsibility for pregnancies. Well, the plan was never to get married. So I just want to have a discussion with our men, Thomas and Smart. So if you had one married your wife, right, and the lady comes in and says, I'm pregnant for you, the plan was not to, get married. how are you going to take it? How are you going to handle it?
I would have advised against it. I have a very strong mindset when it comes to stuff like that. And I've realized that in our country, people frown on certain decisions. Now, there is an argument, whether it's pro-life, it's pro-choice, which side do you stand? I don't stand anywhere. I stand where I would benefit from the results, okay? Because a lot of things truncate the moment you take that decision. And this is something I tell people, you are free to choose. You are never free from the consequences of your choice. Because the moment something just happens, everything about your life changes. A lady comes to you, she tells you, probably someone you've been dating for a year or two, she tells you, I'm pregnant. What's going to happen now? That means you are going to assume a particular role.
Daddy.
A daddy role. And a daddy role comes with a lot of, responsibilities. And probably, like Duke was saying, you are not even fully in that space, or you don't even have the potential to take care of yourself.
You cannot tell us that you are not ready.
Exactly. So that is where the choice comes in, like I mentioned. What do you want? What do you have with your partners? Or you mentioned even one night stand and stuff like that. People do it once, and
I'm pregnant.
The funny part is the bad boys do it consistently, and one good boy tries it once, one time, then everything is...
That's so painful.
So, in as much as it is very difficult for you to decide, the two of you must sit down. The two of you must sit down and ask yourself, do we need this?
Okay. Can
we handle this? Because what we normally say is, maybe if we take this away, we might not get one anymore. Do you know how many women are stuck in the hospital because their men or boyfriends or husbands cannot pay for them to be discharged? It's just there, numerous of them. So you ask yourself, you can't even pay for your partner to be discharged. What will you feed the children with? What will you? So planning is key.
All right.
And communication is also key because you must talk about it.
I want to do a quick one on.
Okay.
Thomas, as a woman, I want to understand, why do some men, emphasis on some men, switch up? We're having a loving relationship. The moment the lady says, I'm pregnant, then you switch up. Then you are showing us your true colors. Why do you do that?
It's because, if you, let's face the fact, some people have sex for recreational purposes and not for family making purposes.
There was nothing serious.
So assuming you go into some sort of a social contract, right? That you're having sex and you're very much aware that, as we said, a friendly match, right? It's for recreational purposes. Then the lady turns up and says, well, there is a lifelong commitment that has been, as a result of of course, you would flip. I will flip.
I would.
If I'm being honest, because that wasn't the point. That wasn't the social contract. That wasn't unless, of course, there was some sort of consensus that if this, results in pregnancy, we could consider it, right? But if there isn't anything of that sort, then I think that...
Thomas, a man can talk about, we're going to have a happy kids and stuff like that. Till some men actually talk about having kids until you tell them there's a kid on the way. But then you talk about a man having to flip because that was not part of his plan. Would you say that is the woman's responsibility to be on a long-term contraceptive while you are not so certain if the man is going to, accept responsibility in that case?
Paula,
should we take the decision of, being in control? Because when it turns out, it always comes back to us.
As a man sitting where I'm sitting now, first of all, I can't dictate or even suggest what kind of contraceptive you should put into your body, because these things come with their own side effects, right? But what I can advise my friends is that you should understand that once you get pregnant, even if the man is going to be responsible, you are going to be the one carrying the baby for 9 months. You are going to be the one whose career might be affected by this baby, right? So even though it appears to be a 50% responsibility going into this, it isn't. And that's a natural fact of the matter, that women must always be a step ahead of us when it comes to being smart about whether you want to have a baby or not. Because once you get pregnant, whether it was for recreational purpose or whatever, as soon as the lady becomes pregnant, in my humble opinion, the choice of whether to keep the baby or not is almost solely the woman's responsibility. If the woman says no, I can't because of my career or even because of my body, that's her choice. That's her body, that's her choice.
Exactly.
Likewise, if she says, well, I think I'm 29 and my mom is, and so I want to have it, then you, the guy, you are in big trouble. You can't force the woman to get an abortion, right? True. So if this is, based on what I've painted here right now, women should always understand that even though it's a 50-50 sort of affair, it's your responsibility to protect yourself and protect your career and protect your health. And don't get pregnant for men who can't afford to bail you out of
men, let me put it that way. But then before we wrap up on this conversation, I just want to find out, some men say they were trapped into marriage with a pregnancy. So if a man who is in the hot seat, you find yourself in this situation, but you're thinking, oh, you don't want to have a baby mama, you don't want your kids to be scattered, should you go ahead, even without any plan, or the woman being the woman of your dream, should you go ahead and marry that person? And I would say that don't go having sex with women that you can't close your eyes and imagine that this woman is going to be.
It doesn't happen like that, Paula. It doesn't happen.
It should happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that.
You should take responsibility for your action. If you're having sex with a woman,
this is why I think
you should envisage yourself that in the case of the worst case, am I going to be okay?
You know, it doesn't happen like a structured sex. Sex is not always structured and planned.
See, those who go for the recreational sex, they know their game. They're always on the contraceptive.
And sometimes,
but these women who are tripped,
sometimes they are the ones that come back with the issues.
No, see, Duke.
They are the ones that come back with the issues. We're discussing this because we want people to understand something. You can find somebody and have a very good vibe with the person on the first day you meet the person. A very good vibe, you can swear you've never had that vibe with anybody before. And that vibe will lead to sex. And 3 weeks later, the lady will give you a call and tell you something you are not ready to. So, yes, the conversation circles around that. But then, it's very long. There's a long decision as to that. Personally, this is something I tell myself. I'll tell you a story. I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't want a lady to have a child for me that I am in no way in the life of the child. Let's say if the relationship doesn't go well. So that is where your point comes in. If I'm about to do something with someone,
think about it.
I must sit and ask myself, can this woman be my wife? Can I show her off to my parents and my friends? Will I be proud to hold her and not suck her around 4 a.m. and get her?
Smart, you haven't had some vodka.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Most of them are not planned. So you are in the club, you're having a good time.
Thomas, tell me about when you've had the vodka. You're not thinking straight,
I think, it's not that simple. I mean, Smart was trying to elucidate that point that you could be having a good time, and one thing leads to another, and before you realize you are being told you have a family member on the way, and it can be shocking. Sometimes it can be shocking how some women can get pregnant very easily, and others would struggle to
easily.
Paula, the thing is that we have to understand that in our society, I personally think that having a baby or getting someone pregnant is very different from getting married to someone. You can't as well get married to someone without really thinking that I want to have a baby with this person, because the marriage is between the two of you. The baby is the product of your love, right? That product might come along the way, it might never come along the way. It's about the two people in love and the two people trying to build a life together. That life might include a baby, right? Or it might include adopting a baby. So it's not that black and white that as soon as someone gets pregnant for you, you should marry that person. However, in our Ghanaian society, like we said before, the baby is something that brings two families together in a way that goes even beyond marriage, right? So it's like marrying is one step of bringing two families together, but once you get someone's daughter pregnant, the families become automatically united in that sense, in the cultural sense. I don't remember the last time a friend of mine had vodka in a club, drinking whatever, and then saw a lady and started calculating, is this the woman I want to marry? Is this the woman I want to have? At that moment, you're very much in the moment of that moment. You know what I mean?
For recreational.
You're very in the recreational, Okay. So it's not that easy, but women must. And I'm a strong believer that it's fair that this government takes steps to make contraceptives very, very affordable and free for women. In most countries,
we should have like some sort of like vending machine that brings out condoms.
People don't know about it, but if you walk to government hospital, it's very cheap.
Very cheap.
Having to have the IUD, the implants, it's very cheap. People don't know about it. It's even cheaper than the emergency contraceptive that you spend a lot of money on. But then, gentlemen, before we wrap up the show, I know that Smart, you've got, stage play coming out. You're going to tell us about it.
Yes. I'm bringing out the wedding night. Last year we did When Will You Marry Me? And now everybody's beginning to think I'm putting my marriage out there, but that's the funny part. So the wedding night is clearly is about Jephthah and Freema expecting, to have a very good time on their wedding night. They arrive in their bedroom, rose petals on the bed, and they meet a very big surprise, from both parties. Very, very big surprise. We are waiting to see what happens eventually on the day. So the wedding night is showing on the 23rd of April, exactly about a month from now, is going on at the Perez Dome.
But Duke, I also know that you've got amazing stuff going there, from the coaching thing to your novel. Is it available on the market?
No, not yet. We're still working on some finishing touches on that book, and we're expecting it to be out by the close of this year, or probably sooner than that.
Please do out and give it to us, we beg. Well, politicians, if I had interviewed a politician, I'm going to give us a timeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's actually in the pipeline. I mean, it's a historic fiction novel, and it's around 1390. So it's the late pre-colonial era.
Okay.
And it's briefly about religious imposition and how Islam was imposed on most of the northern Ghana tribe. The book itself is about the Songhai Empire, the old Songhai Empire, and in Ghana it encompasses the Gruma people, a bit of the Gomba people.
The title again?
The Half Moon.
The Half Moon. Great. Please, but how can we connect with you? Smart?
Yes, Facebook as Smart Teaching Nixon. Okay. And almost all my social media channels, Smart Teaching Nixon.
All right. Duke?
Yes, it's Thomas Duke Labeka Mankwando on all my social media platforms.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I must say I love the conversation and all that. So for my ladies who listen, you should take a cue, especially the part where they're talking about the unplanned pregnancy.
The vodka in the other time.
Anyway, it's always a pleasure coming your way with Mons and Cuddles. And as I always say here, we find ways to spice up your relationship. So whatever we put out here, you should, take a cue and, move forward with it. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with the next episode of Mons and Cuddles. I am Paula Ama-Bernie.
Anna, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu San Quine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, and Africa on the higher, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace.
Entertainment, and my name is Doreen Abanmabaya. Today I have a man who has actually impacted the dancehall music spheres. His music has transcended and made an impact. But before we delve right into the questions, let's go for a quick commercial break and I'll be right back. Welcome back. So I have with me the man himself, Jupiter. I think I already told you. I'm sure you were thinking, could it be that man? Could it be that one? But, well, I have the man himself, Jupiter. Welcome, Jupiter.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm good. But then you look amazing yourself.
Thank you. We're trying, innit? Trying.
What has been going on? What has Jupiter been up to these days?
Life, we're enjoying, you know, the best part of life. Try as much as possible to feed the fans too. Obviously, with the music stuff, touring, winning different territories in music. You know, it's just the music lifestyle and, you know, living life.
Right.
What's that?
That's quite interesting. And if you say music, what, you know, I quite recently saw an article that you were going to headline a show in the USA. Did it happen, or it's yet to?
Yeah, it did happen. I think 2022 has been a very blessed year for me in terms of my career, you know, and it's a year of upliftment for me. I've did a couple of tours out there. Like, I've literally been across the globe, you know what I mean? About 2022, I was winning and headlining huge concerts. I'm talking about International Art Festival in New Orleans, US, which has the likes of Still Pause and big artist name on it. I did a tour with Rema. I did a tour with Shatta, also came through. I did a tour with Shatta, a couple of Nigerian artists, and then ended up in Jamaica Sting. Jamaica Sting is the biggest stage every dancehall artist could ever dream of being on that platform, you know. So 2022 has been a very blessed year for me, and I just have to say thanks to the Almighty God, you know.
So why then have you been on all of these shows and yet still we haven't heard the media report on it? Or maybe you didn't put it out there for us to report on it. What do you think is going on?
Well, you know, that boils down to the conversation of the day about favoritism, which links to tribalism, which I actually, you know,
tweeted about.
Yeah, I tweeted about, you know, because I've realized that I've been in this industry for almost a decade and 2 years, you know. So, because I found film at a very tender age. I'm not a good. I found film at a very tender age, so I was able to get sort of like I was being elevated quickly when I was young, you know. And then I realized that most of the things that I do, most of the shows that I play, most of the achievements that I get in my life is just limited, irrespective of how I call people or send the stories out there, you know, across the various media houses. A couple of them, like the way you are doing now, I mean, supporting my works and stuff like this. A couple of them do actually tweet about it, do vlog about it, you know, but some of the main areas, they just look away. And it's been going on for years now, and I've been so quiet about it. But I just realized that, you know, there is something wrong somewhere, which me personally, I quite can't really figure it out.
Right.
You know, yeah, it's just crazy.
What if it's not just tribalism, or it's not, you know, it's not people picking their favorites, but because maybe your team is not doing a good job?
Well, I have excellent team. When it comes to management, the whole body, I'm talking about the PR, talking about management, road management, and all of that. Fortunately, unfortunately for me, I don't like rolling with a whole lot of squad. You know, it's just me and my cousin over here. You know?
I saw you came with one person. Usually, that's all artists usually have a huge crowd when you're coming. It's like, hey, what's going to the whole Yassi? You're bringing the whole Yassi along with them.
For me, I move alone. I move solo. You know, or sometimes you see me with 2 companies or 3 people around me, you know, because I don't believe in too many people, you know, so it's just me. But then I have a solid team behind me, you know, that are even fetching me shows out there, you know, because out there, like, they really, you know, dig into my situations and my issues even more than here in Ghana. Because how come they call me for a concert if they don't know what I'm about to? How can they call me to headline huge events if they don't know who Jupiter is, or if they don't rate my work? Quite unfortunately, even here, even in our award schemes, sometimes I do submit my works and they ignore it. You know, yeah, of course. You know, so where I'm coming from is not just last year or 2 years ago. There is a root of it, and it started for like 10 years ago, where you realize you are doing a good job, but there are some couple of people that they've made up their mind that irrespective of how good you are, irrespective of how excellent you are in whatever you are doing,
they're going to ignore your craft.
They definitely are going to ignore you, no matter what you do, no matter how good you play, no matter how excellent your teamwork. Like, they're just gonna, sideline you. And this sideline thing is one of the major factors that is bringing our music industry down. Trust me, there are a whole lot of artists which wish they can come out to say what I'm saying now or advocate to what I'm doing now, But honestly speaking, for me personally, I think it's time, and I'm definitely going to be an untiring advocate for this until the industry change, because when it change, it's going to be for the best for all of we, the artists,
Yeah.
So it's time now that we really upgrade our game, and then, we become very successful industry in Africa and across the globe.
And also, you've picked on some few artists.
Yeah.
Some artists and organizations you think are not doing a good job when it comes to you and are trying to sabotage you in some way. You mentioned a few on your tweets. What's happening with these artists and organizations you listed in your tweets?
You're so smart. I thank God you mentioned organization, because me personally, I don't even want to mention their names so that they will get big hype on this big platform. I think they are being biased with their work. And their management is poor. I'm talking about the organization. I don't know if you want me to mention.
It's all up to you. If you want to.
The multimedia, Hit FM and Co. They have a very poor organization. When it comes to management and when it comes to trying as much as possible to position certain things. Listen, our industry is not up to date. Our industry is not even standard yet. I'm talking about our music industry or even the movie industries. It's not standard yet. We are suffering. Everybody is doing hand to mouth. People are trying their necessary means to be able to build it up. So it's like different broken pieces that we are collecting to connect the things. It's like puzzle. We've not even found out our way out here to win the puzzle, but yet we are trying to be sarcastic. We are trying to deal with certain creatives in a way where now we can't even find ourselves anymore out there on the globe. Ghana music is not there yet, honestly speaking. If you look at what the Nigerians are doing, or even what's the name of this artist? This Tanzanian artist. A couple of African Diamond. Yeah, if you watch the rate at which these guys are flowing, it's because their industry is solidly behind them. What we do here in Ghana is quite unfortunate that they choose a couple of artists that they want, to promote. Because I remember I did a show some time ago on a Fantasy Dome. I did the one concept because I launched my album in US, I think that was the COVID time, so I didn't get enough time to promote it here in Ghana, and then I was locked up in US, so I promoted it, did a couple of tours and stuff like that, and I came to Ghana to do a concert for my fans and my people. Very limited numbers, sold some tables and then did some regular tickets out there. I have pictures and videos for you to see. Like, it's a beautiful event. The night was filled with beautiful performance and the fellow artists trying to support me. Then after 2 weeks, I realized this station, Hit FM, there was this particular guys up there in East FM. They have this kind of funny award scheme that they do, like something award, where they reward people. Like they said, it's a joke.
Yeah.
And they said they gave me a flop show of the year.
Whoa,
and I was like,
that's terrible.
How was it a flop show? First and foremost, you don't even know what went through. You did not support the show, right? I have zero support from you guys and your media space. I have no write-up from your vloggers or whatsoever. But then when I put on my own event in my own pocket with my own energy, and then the event was successful, you are able to get to crown it a flop show of the year. I came at them, I told them, listen, what you guys are doing, please kindly take me out. Because I've been that kind of person that, I know when people are not supporting you, I just have to concentrate on your work. But I'm concentrating on my work and they are not concentrating and rather trying to bring me down. So I kept my them. I was like, you guys should stop what you're doing because I don't like it. Guess what? For them to show me how disrespectful they are, just like 2-3 days ago, they gave me another award. They gave me another award. What? Yeah, so I realized that the situation here has to be from the top.
My God.
Yeah, it's crazy, that's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
So the situation here has to come from the higher level. If you have a radio station, right? If you built up a radio station and content are coming out daily in, day out, you as a management, you have to check and see what these people are doing. Right. Is it bringing plus to our station? Is it tarnishing the image of our station? And I'm telling the media, that media space out there, the Hit FM people, those two people, one day they are going to listen. They are really doing some. Because even our president, they gave him some award. I've forgotten the award. A big man like this, they gave him some award. Some funny award. and even rewarding a president in some funny way. No, that is foul. Because they are crossing beyond their boundaries, you know what I'm saying, like beyond their levels. So they need to be stopped. So this is an act of disrespect that we don't need in our industry. And they've chosen to promote some people irrespective of whether, you know, they
it's going to tarnish their brand or not.
I went to Jamaica recently. I didn't see the energy behind it. And I'm the only first Ghanaian artist to ever grace that stage. There's never been...
Which stage was that?
That was Sting in Jamaica.
Sting.
Yeah, Sting in Jamaica is the biggest thing in Jamaica, biggest dancehall reggae show in Jamaica. You can check it out. It's big, you know. And I was billed as headliner to come and perform from Africa, from Ghana.
That's interesting. Exactly. Not even Stonebwoy.
Stonebwoy went after.
Oh, after.
But it's a different show altogether. Stonebwoy went after, you know. But guess what? When Stonebwoy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stonebwoy is in Jamaica. Or Stonebwoy is chewing.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not a zero promotion for mine. But Stonebwoys, they were promoting it. So if there is a favoritism, and you favorited Stonebwoy to push Stonebwoy and some couple of artists, let it be like that. But why do you want to tend to disrespect me?
Yeah.
You know, when I don't even have any issue with you guys.
So it's more like they elevate one and bring one down.
Exactly.
When it's supposed to be, you know, the same energy.
That is my point here. So and why should it even be like that? At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, you know, and Africa on the higher, you know, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace. And I told them I'm going to read Psalm 121 on them, like 40 days. So that God will punish them.
Jupiter says you won't find peace if you actually sabotage his image or his brand. And I also read an article. There was this post episode made. He said you called him a fool.
Yeah.
Why?
He's been a junior brother from then. You know, I don't want to delve into it real quick, but episode is my junior brother, and I've nurtured him for a very long time.
Right.
You know, even before he gets to there are so many things that I've done to him as a big brother just to put him on the level where he is now. You know, I always wish him the best. Even just recently, I was calling, irrespective of, you know, the disrespect he's shown me all this time. I'm a kind of person that if I'm a family with you, right, or I'm in a relationship with you, I'm in brotherhood or sisterhood or friendship or whatsoever, and you wrong me, I'm definitely not going to bring it out. You know, I still will do whatever I have to do to push you out there. I've supported his career in various ways possible. Sometimes when he disrespect me, I just look away, you know, but then bringing that disrespect to social media, I just have to put a stop. So I just block him to tell him you should stop that, you know, that thing that he's doing, which is there.
What thing did episode do? I want to really get what happened.
He just want to attack. You know, the funny thing is, anytime he attacks me and he sees me on the way, or he sees me around, you know, the midst of people, say, well, you know, I'm the only person who worry you. Oh, you know, you're my big brother. You know, I'm the only person. But then bringing it on internet is different because we are dealing with fan base here. You know what I'm saying? So if you indirectly come at me, that's fine. But then when I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter, even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he's searching for.
Right.
You know, I've tried as much as possible to deal with him as family, but he comes out as, you know, some hater or some enemy. You know what I mean? So I just position him
more
as
like a nemesis.
Exactly. So I just quickly position him to say, stop the fooling. You know what I mean? If you want to tweet, just go ahead and tweet and just block him, so that I won't go to the extent of dealing with him as enemy. So because when
so you did told him to stop fooling,
yeah,
or
I did,
you called
and then
him?
I quickly blocked him, and then he took it and whatsoever, because he needs all those kind of little things, you know. Those you just want to feed on little hype and then bring. But then I keep wishing him the best, you know, because I want him to be playing more hit songs, and then he also be on top to, you know, feed his family and all of that.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we'll go for a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. It's Talkitainment. guys, it's Talkatainment. I'm your girl, Doreen Abanmabaya. I'm here with Jupiter, and the conversation has been quite interesting. He's actually ranting out everything he's harbored inside him and trying to clear the waves with some tweets he shared and whatnot. But let's get into the details and come along. So Jupiter, I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. You know, there was this Shatta. I don't know. Do you have a beef with Shatta Wale?
No. Shatta has been a godfather since. Sasha is a senior brother, you know, because from before I even become, you know, who I am today, I quite remember when Shatta was bandana. We used to go to the beach side around like 4 a.m. You see Shatta knocking on my door. Hey. And then, hey, come on, let's go and rehearse. And then we go to the beach side, and I'll be screaming, rehearsing now, and then we'll sit down and we'll be, you know, praying for moments like this. Aww. You know, saying one of these days we're gonna be big, we're gonna be one of the top artists in Ghana.
Those were good affirmations you guys were making.
Exactly, you know. So now the affirmation now, you know, is confirmed now, and definitely we are living the dreams that we dreamt of way back, you know. So he's been a mentor, he's been a big brother. You can really tell with our communication on the video that we shoot, because he was on my album, the album that I dropped, and then we shoot a video in Miami recently.
Together?
Yeah, together. It's been out like a year now, you know.
That's
and
interesting.
It's beautiful. Yeah, so Shatta is just a supportive system into my career. You know, he's someone that I call anytime, anyhow. You know, we advise ourselves, we link up, try to put our minds together, you know, invest in businesses and all of that. So he's been very instrumental in my career, you know.
Yeah, but recently, you said the love he gets is all street love.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, because then they were trying to give. I did mention that I realized that most girls in the industry, they don't get enough support that they deserve. You know, because then they were trying to pin everything on favoritism, but the root of favoritism it has linked to tribalism too as well. Because I can only, if you are a girl, right? It's different how I relate with you if I see another person.
Right.
Sometimes when I don't say I'm a guy, even me for instance, if I don't say that I'm a guy, people don't know. You know, and I realized that a couple of friends that they used to roll with me, when they get to know who I am, really like they kind of moving back.
Just because you are Ghanaian?
Yes, even sometimes, way back when I was coming up, I have this reputation of not being a Ghanaian because of the patwa thing. You know, a lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, oh my God. You know, and the cries that she had on me, everything lost, you know. So
just because you were gone.
Just because I'm speaking, and even it happens to airways and stuff like that. So the thing is, for us to have effective and stable, you know, industry, music, right? Music industry, we have to use the music as a tool to push away all these little vices like, oh, that stigmatization, like that stigma. Oh, guys, they don't respect. Oh, airways are dangerous. Outside don't have patience and all of that. You know, so people that are in certain positions in their space, job spaces, especially in the media spaces that are like top bosses, managers, and all of that, they shouldn't show much more support and love and rally behind people from their same ethnicity than, you know, doing it for all, because we are all Ghanaians, you know. And I realized they Scheme Promise have been going through hell, you know, lately when it comes to award scheme and stuff like that. Some of the awards, we know it belongs to King Promise, but then Gasmila, King Jerry, a whole lot of artists, Nifani, and those artists from the coastal area, even on our radio spaces, you know, you hardly from our airways, you hardly hear them playing these kind of songs, you know. So artists like Samini, for instance, would love to tone down and sing in three more so that he will have that, you know, that acknowledgement and stuff like that. Look at Igbedem, for instance. Igbedem's style of rapping and pattern is solid, but because of the language, he normally
there's
enjoys
always going to be a
less.
barrier.
Yes, he always enjoys that less. But Nigerians, some people, Fino and stuff like that, they sing in their they sing in their native languages, and they'll be playing it on the radio station. You know what I'm saying? So we should try as much as possible. There should be an equity, you know, that equal treatment in this entertainment industry. So when they mentioned and they said, oh, but Shatta is enjoying, I was like, no, Shatta don't enjoy any support from any media. Stop it. All the things that they have been blogging about is about Shatta did this, Shatta did that, not to support his career, but to paint some image, you know, about Shatta. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the street love and nothing to do with media. All this little support that you see Shatta getting is because, oh, Shatta said this and Shatta said that. Because they know when they put it online, they know Shatta is that kind of person.
He'll come and reply you.
Exactly.
He won't joke.
Exactly. You know, but he has no media support at all. It's all the street love. And for us to have a beautiful industry, you know, industry that is going to grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and, you know, that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. You know, if I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then, you know, there will be peace. You know, peace will prevail.
But going forward, you think you are going to, you know, compose a song to trash this whole notion people have about, I don't want to marry from this tribe, I don't want to support this tribe, I don't want to give this because this person is from this tribe. Do you think composing a music can help, you know, push that notion away? Or you think it's a Ghanaian thing and it's been there since time immemorial, so nothing can be done about it?
What you just said is a beautiful idea, which I think not only me, but it should be like a multi-star song, you know, star-struck song where different artists are singing
from different regions come together.
Yeah, you can marry me, you can do this and stuff like that. For us to push, you know, that peace and all this tribalism thing away, using music as a tool. But like you said again, it's been there. You know, look at the likes of Kojo Antwi, Daddy Lumba and stuff. I see people projecting Daddy Lumba, Kojo Antwi and all those like Akan musicians on top level than even the Gans and the Hausas. We have a beautiful artist like Wiyala. I don't know if you know about Wiyala.
Yeah, Wiyala.
The things that Wiyala is, the lady, she's doing like some marvelous work out there that if she's able to get 1 week attention from the media, trust me, she's gonna shoot to Grammy straight. Because she's a beautiful performer. She's everything when it comes to, and she's doing this indigenous Ghana language. I'm not saying, you know, not.
And it's not even loved by our people, but people from the outside.
How many times do they even push his songs? You know, but a certain Asake song will be played on the radio. Meanwhile, Wiyala is fighting for Ghana music to get out there. Do you know how many shows that lady played in a year?
Tell me about it.
More than 60 shows in different countries.
No joke.
Trust me, different continents. And if listen, it's high time we have to really sit down and push away this favoritism. You know, if Wiyala sings in Dagomba, Dagati, and you don't understand, look at her works.
Even Sherifa Guma.
Exactly, that lady too. You know, people are doing marvelous works. Like, they need that attention, just like the ones you are giving to the people that you can understand what they are saying. You know what I'm saying? And Ghana is not just one language country. Like, we have different dialect. You know, we have the Tree, we have the Hausa. So push, have space to, when you play a little 1, 2, 3, 4 songs from this, get into this tribe too. And even with that, a radio station that is able to do that is a strategy. You will win so many listeners because they know when they tune in, they're gonna hear their people. You know, their people's works and stuff like that. You know, so it's high time we support every artist from different type of ethnicity or different background and project Ghana to the highest level. Because sometimes if the Tree won't sell, you might not know. Maybe you forget the Dagomba will sell, or the Dagati language will sell. And if you're able to give chance like that in our radio space, you will see the number of talents that will be popping out from different zones. You see there is another talent from North that is making some serious, because he knows that when he makes his music, he will get airplay in Accra. Artists like Fancy Gadam, right?
Yeah.
They have some serious songs in North. When it's being played, trust me, people go crazy. But they don't play that song in Accra until the featured circle there. That beautiful, why we say I marry you beautiful, and now they are playing it. But you know, then you are trying to put some sort of barriers into, you see, creativity, right? If you are being creative, or you have that instinct to be creative, you know, it shouldn't be limited to language. You know. So, but even here in Ghana, they've set up some boundaries where if you are not able to break it, then your creativity will be limited to a particular source. You know, I speak a lot. I don't even know how to write song in Ghana. And when it comes to Tree, I don't know how to compose song in Tree at all. I don't know how to do it. You know, so I can't be forced. That's how come fortunately for me, I was able to tap into this dancehall thing because that's what I grew up listening to.
Right.
You know, so now do I have to tone down a bit to do what others are doing? It's gonna be one way. And trust me, I'm winning in so many ways with what I believe in, with my own creatives. You know, so we should also allow people, the youth out there, to feel free to create in their own language, and then we push Ghana to the limit. Yeah.
So you believe if we actually allow our youth to create music using their own dialect, Ghana guys actually going to go far like the Nigerians have?
In a second. And not just creating the music, but then if the media spaces are able to push them while they are creating in their comfort zone, in the language that they will feel comfortable in. You know, because people sometimes when they are speaking to you, it doesn't sound right. Whenever people are speaking to you, it doesn't even sound right? Or they are trying to speak other dialect, it doesn't sound right. So for us to push our music, we have to push away that language barrier. Say, oh, tree is universal in Ghana. That's what everybody speaks. Fine, no two ways. We can use that as means of communication. But when it comes to sound and melodies, let people feel free to be able to express themselves in their own language and be able to push them on your radio, just like the one that when you understand, you push it. But I'm saying is that they play some songs from artists from Nigeria that they don't even understand what they are saying, but they play it.
And I think a typical example would be Black Sharif. You know, he sings more in the Tree language until quite recently he now shifted just a bit. But then most of his songs that made waves are the ones in Tree. The Traveler, First and Second Sermon. Typical Tree. But people don't even know what it means, but they vibe to it because they feel the energy.
Most definitely.
You know. I think I do quite you know, agree with you. That we actually have to work on building our dialect. And about music, what's the new project you're working on?
Okay, so I think I'm just done with my tour now. Currently, the album that I released, it was 2 years ago or a year ago, I don't know, but I did some couple of tour out there, and then I kickstart with high school tour. I went to Trifo Paris recently last weekend.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah, it was crazy. The really students, I was like, oh my days, like they really enjoyed themselves. They are screaming on top of their lungs. I think I should be going to Koforidua. I'm touring about like 60 schools in Ghana.
Oh wow!
You know, and I need
this whole year.
Yeah, this whole year. I think I'll be using 2 months too. I've already started. You know, so from here I should be going to Koforidua, you know, for another schools, like 60 schools. And these are students that are wildly waiting for me to jump with them. You know, because education and entertainment, you know, is exactly, to make people come to school more. Because when the youth realize that, oh, Jupiter will be performing in my school,
they'll go.
Yeah, exactly, they'll come back to school. Especially with this education system now that we have there. Is it 6 months track or whatsoever? Like
that one I don't even know how it's done. Since I completed school, I don't even look back again.
I think it's 6 months or 4 months. Students goes to school for
First,
4 months.
Second, and third tracking system.
You know, so some of them when they go and they come back home, they don't feel like going. But when they get to know that, oh, there is some part of entertainment,
oh, then let me go.
Cool. So it's a way of trying to, you know, push education into the minds of people that irrespective of how the system is now or the structure is now, you still have to come to school because there's going to be entertainment and we're going to jam together. I share 1 or 2, you know, stuff for them too as well, you know, just to support them and all of that. So yeah, man, I'm on my high school tour. I released a single called Control. It's out there. I did another single with Busy Signal from Jamaica. It's out there. It's booming. And then hopefully we're just going to drop an EP. And if that station loves to support, that's fine. If they don't want to, we leave them to God, you know.
So who are some of the top artists you're looking forward to performing or having on your songs?
Obviously, Seta is a family, so he's gonna be on there. And one thing about me is I don't really push myself too much to artists when it comes to collaboration. You know, maybe I might try once, and even with that, unless we meet in the studio, you know, because. You know, Ghanaians, sometimes when you call on them and stuff like that...
Well, that takes me to the Samini and Sarkodie issue. Have you actually experienced that before? That you sent an artist a message that can we do a collaboration and they never, you know, got back to you?
I won't even send you for you to come and style me. But you know, with Sarkodie, I've never had any issues featuring him. Yeah, we did. He was the one who actually featured me first on a song with me and Stoneboy. And then in return, I asked him to do a song for me. Which is Enemies, which was, you know, global.
That was 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago. It's crazy, and he's still on my album.
7.4 million views. Yeah, you got it now. Imagine if you release it during this period. Exactly, you would have actually accumulated a lot of views.
And yeah, he's also on my album. A track I did with him on my album. So featuring Sarkodie has never been a problem. I think maybe with him and Samini, there's something that they really have to, you know, come out and trash it out. Exactly. But I mean, I don't send song for artists unless we meet at studio. You know, like Daku Vice, for instance, I was in the US and we happened to be in the same studio. We did some beautiful magic, which is going to come out soon. Artists like Patawankin is family. So all the time we are together recording songs, But for me to send a song for Samini too is a veteran. I did a song with Samini, beautiful song, So these are the likes that, normally you see me rolling with them. We are creating beautiful songs when we are in the studio. But to send a song to a particular artist, I don't think I'll ever do that. No.
Wow.
Yeah.
So guys, you heard it all. My man Jupiter has given you all the juicy details he's been keeping and harboring in his chest, and what he thinks the Ghanaian community or the Ghanaian can actually do. But before we sign out, he's going to give us a line of some of his songs that he released on his EP. So Jupiter, over to you.
All right, you don't know, this is Jupiter represent. No, I'ma say we'll leap at them not like. They say we pull up in a Lamborghini. They now I see me rise. We still are within a them surprised. When we buy, we no pretty price. See a be expensive life man living. I chew with them, I idolize the girl. Them say we and the world I get hypnotized. Whoa. Well, I don't wanna go back to the poor life anymore. Yeah. Never wanna see mama crying anymore. Yeah, man, you don't know. This is Jupiter. The EP is coming up very soon. You know what I mean? So look out for it. And I have the best interview ever in my life today. You know what I mean? Shout out to Doreen, yeah?
We did it, and we are finally out. Guys, you had all the juicy details. We out. Bye.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu San Kwai, Bia Wanton and Bia, a man in Kwai Baby.
Mommy, you fish can see Adia Bakotoso, Mipoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance, while Brian did the shit, and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya, a unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is Sandy Sika Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
CocoBoard is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
CocoBoard has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support CocoBoard is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but we get a flag. Yeah, why is CocoBoard not doing this? Why is CocoBoard not doing that? But indeed, CocoBoard is doing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to the part 2 of our interview with the regulator of the cocoa industry, CocoBoard. I'm having an interview with the head of the Public Affairs Unit, Fifi Boafo. We started talking about smuggling in the cocoa sector, as well as climate change and the effect of galamsey on Ghana's cocoa production. In our next part, we try and touch on some, if you like, interesting bits about CocoBoard and some of the interventions that they give to the ordinary citizen of this country. The CocoBoard scholarship is one of the things that a lot of people have benefited from, and it's one of the items my colleague said I should ask about when I was preparing for this interview. Fifi, thank you very much for sitting with us once again. CocoBoard is doing a lot of interventions, doing roads, giving scholarship to people. Is the CocoBoard scholarship still ongoing?
Well, the CocoBoard scholarship has been taken over, for want of better expression, by the free SHS policy.
Right.
Yeah, the CocoBoard scholarship was primarily for secondary education. So was for wards of cocoa farmers in senior high schools. As we speak, the free SHS policy is taking care of secondary education, so that will be duplication of
okay.
Yeah. So now that has changed. However, the board has taken a decision to use the funds for a different purpose.
Okay.
And the different purpose is to provide basic model schools for cocoa communities. Because we realize that yes, there's free SHS, but and every child is supposed to benefit. But a child has to get to the level of secondary school before the child can benefit from the free SHS policy. So in a situation where you have a child from these communities who is not doing well, who is not interested to go to school, will not even get to the stage where he has to enjoy free SHS. So there's the need for us to get these kids in school, educated, and build them up for secondary school education. So yes, that's what we are doing now. For the fight against child labor, for example, you realize that there are kids who are not in school, not because they do not want to go to school, but the distance they commute, because they stay on the farmstead. The distance they commute from the farmstead to the nearby school is quite a journey.
Yeah.
So the energy to do that is not there. So the child is left in the home.
Yeah.
So this time around, we are trying to have schools closer to them. My understanding of this new arrangement is that we are not just building schools. but a model schools, a schools of a decent level where you feel proud to have your child educated there. So you do not necessarily have to be in the urban centers to have access to this infrastructure. One of the things we've also realized that it is even difficult to have teachers volunteering to go to these communities to teach. But if you have a very decent staff bungalow, then the teacher will be happy to go there. Because those who even teach in these very remote schools, they'll prefer to live in a nearby town, travel to the school the next day. If you are that soon, they are child buying, or maybe they will get to school very late, exhausted and all that. But if you have them close, then they will be able to help. So yes, that's what the policy is now going forward.
So when is this going to start?
I think now the board has given approval, so the necessary work is being done. We are compiling schools from all these communities. So that compilation is ongoing. And immediately that is done, very soon there will be a launch of it, and then we'll roll it out.
Okay, I'm sure people will be excited by it, especially the cocoa farmers.
Oh yeah. In fact, we had what delayed us was the fact that we had to do thorough stakeholder engagement, because there were different proposals as to what to use the money for. Different things came about. There are those who suggested it should go to tertiary education. There are those who suggested we should do STEM with it. There are those who said we should do specialized education in the area of agriculture and research into the cocoa industry. But after the consultation, I think a lot more people within the stakeholder engagement were of the view that a better basic education system will be more beneficial compared to the others if you put them on a scale. Yeah.
On that topic and on that note, I want to link it with the international report about Ghana using child labor on the cocoa farms, and for which reason maybe there should be sanctions in terms of the foreign countries buying our cocoa. Do you think this, by a long stretch, is going to eliminate that notion?
There are a number of things we are doing in dealing with the perception of child labor. We say perception because we do not subscribe to how we've been described as a country that is allowing child labor to happen. But if you have these kids in school, I think the methodology that have also been used in arriving at some of the conclusions is a bit problematic. So you go to a typical rural community, you ask the child, did you go to school today? He said, no, I did not go to school today. Where do you live? You live on the farmstead. That's child labor. But genuinely, the child is not in any way involved. But that, a child of school-going age is supposed to be in school. So if that child is in school, then it helps in dealing with that perception which we have to deal with. Of course, Cocoa Board has also rolled out recently our cocoa management system. The cocoa management system has a full database of every cocoa farmer in our country. And your dependents, your farm hands, everybody involved in the farmer business has been captured. Of course, the polygon maps of all the cocoa farms has also been captured. So we are able to tell that Daniel, Fifi, Kweku, Kwabna, Efo, Yauvi are the people who are involved in the farm. So if you extrapolate, you'll be able to tell that, okay, these are the people working. Then there's a possibility that there's a shortfall in farm hands. There may be kids involved. So let's go and investigate. It helps in determining. So that's another thing. Of course, the issue about deforestation, because we have the maps of every farm, we should be able to tell if there's a farm that is within the protected forest zones. So it takes away that responsibility from us. And this cocoa management system is what has given us the platform for the rolling out of the Cocoa Farmer Pension Scheme, which about a week ago we started registering farmers here.
So the pension scheme is supposed to what? Give some respite to cocoa farmers when they retire?
The pension scheme is to give me the authority to convince Daniel that it is better to go into cocoa farming than to work just with GhanaWeb. Because one of the things farmers have complained is that after all the work you do as a cocoa farmer, if it's time for you to go on retirement, there's nothing to rely on. How beneficial is it for me to be in such an enterprise? But if the pension is there, it helps. And of course, as a human being, it gets to a stage where there's the need for you to say that I have done enough, and then there's the need for me to retire. What are you retiring to?
Okay.
Is there something available? And it's natural that when you age, that's where you have all this, and those problems come up. So yeah, it gives you something to rely on. So yes, the farmer pension scheme is to encourage people, the youth, to go into cocoa farming, and also to ensure that farmers, after the meritorious service to our country, they are also retiring to something decent and have a decent lifestyle and not becoming responsibility and a burden to their kids.
CocoaBoard is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
CocoaBoard has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support CocoaBoard is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but you get a flag. Yeah, why is CocoaBoard not doing this? Why is CocoaBoard not doing that? But indeed, CocoaBoard is doing a lot for our farmers and then also for our society. Unfortunately, because of the plurality of media now, also using the media platforms to also assess and to tell your story becomes difficult. These days, when there's a story and in the morning I have to speak to radio stations, I could have about 100 radio stations calling and asking for an interview. How many stations can you talk to?
Yeah.
You have the online, the television station, and of course people who are using the social media platform.
Yeah.
So it's also difficult to even tell your story. But of course, and you have different means of also reaching out to other people. Yes, so it becomes difficult for us to fully tell our story. But then of course we are still working and finding means of telling the story. CocoaBoard is not rich. CocoaBoard resources is basically the amount of money that is realized from cocoa sale after giving the farmers their share of the FOB price, and the amount that comes to CocoaBoard, that is what is used for all the things I've talked about and more.
One of the things people want to see CocoaBoard do is, what do we do with our raw cocoa beans? What is the future looking like? The last international news that also painted Ghana as using child labor said these children even work on the farm and they haven't even seen a chocolate in their lives or haven't tasted chocolates before. Are we going to reach a point where we are really working on the final product and not just selling it off?
You know, the discussion about whether the children of cocoa farmers have enjoyed chocolate, I do not think it should be premised on the fact that they produce cocoa, so automatically they must enjoy chocolate. Yeah, my father probably could work as a tailor, but it doesn't mean that the things he sew, I'm supposed to wear them.
I mean, I feel people feel like, I mean, if you are working on it, I mean, it's small. You know.
Yeah, but you see, the question is, so if I produce cassava,
yeah,
I may not eat fufu.
Okay.
So the fact that I produce cassava doesn't mean automatically I am supposed to enjoy it. But for me, the argument is the health and the nutritional benefit we derive from cocoa is the more reason why the children of cocoa farmers must enjoy it.
Okay.
Because there's a lot more they can get as an individual, as a child, by eating the chocolate or taking the cocoa products. So it is not just because I am producing it, so I must necessarily enjoy it.
Okay.
But it is because you can get a lot more. The flavanols and all the things you get in cocoa. The fact that it helps in improving your cognitive performance.
Right.
The fact that it helps in dealing with a lot of diseases in its prevention. That's the more reason why you should take it, not because you produce it. Yeah, I may produce something, but hey, that's not what I want to.
Yeah.
I don't like chocolate.
Maybe the children want it, but they don't have access to it.
Yeah,
because
I don't like chocolate, but of course I like other cocoa products like the raw cocoa powder. I prefer that. But the fact that I have a cocoa farm or I work at a cocoa board doesn't mean I'm supposed to.
Right, I get the point. I get the point. But I mean, I'm sure it is your wish and hope that because of the benefits, nutritional benefits, these children would have access to.
In fact, for me, I have a responsibility. I now chair the national committee tasked with the responsibility of improving cocoa consumption. So for me, I believe strongly that every individual in Ghana must consume cocoa products.
Right, right.
I am happy that if you look at the effort we've put in recent years, our per capita consumption has increased by 100%.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot more we can do. There's a reason why when you go to a restaurant, you are not asked whether you want tea or coffee. You should be asked, do you want a cocoa beverage or a chocolate drink? We want to see that. If I'm getting a dessert from a restaurant, it must include chocolate products.
Right.
If you visit a hotel, you should be given a chocolate or a chocolate product as part of your treat. If I enter into any hospitality center, you should be given a taste of Ghana, and the taste of Ghana is a cocoa product because Ghana is known for cocoa. So if I'm given a treat, the treat must include a cocoa product. If someone gets into Ghana as part of the visit, the tourism infrastructure available to us, there should be something within the cocoa value chain. If someone leaves Ghana, the fact that you were in Ghana, if you are getting back to your country, you must take away something from Ghana. And if you're taking away something from Ghana, definitely it must include a chocolate from Ghana.
Okay.
So for us, there's a lot more we can achieve within the space, apart from just processing the cocoa. Usually we complain as a people that yes, we produce the cocoa. If we look at the cocoa value chain, that's over $100 to $120 billion.
Yeah.
How much do we get as a people? If you do the calculation, it's worrying. But the people who benefit, if we are able to expand, do the processing, it is not just the farmers. If, for example, Fifi Boafo, I have a company that is into cocoa processing, and I want to advertise. I come to GhanaWeb and I advertise. You are also beneficiary of the value chain.
Yeah.
The person who is going to do the marketing has a business.
Yeah.
Those who do the logistics and the transport, they have a business within the value chain. The person who has a company that is into branding or packaging, he also has a business and is part of the value chain. So we have a lot of people who are going to be beneficiaries of the value chain if we are able to go there. So that's the more reason why we are stepping out our campaign. We are advocating for consumption of our chocolate products because, yes, it will give you good health. It will build you as an individual. But it needs to also help you in getting a job.
Yeah.
Because, yes, if someone decides to have a small setup where he's selling chocolate product, I think there's a company called Chocolate Soraya. All the young men and the women who work there have been employed. Where they get their products from, those who are producing milk will get a business out of it. Yeah. Those who are producing sugar will get a business out of it. So there's a lot more we can achieve. Unfortunately, one day I met a friend who was very harsh in his critique of Cocoa Board. And it was following a story that had been published that there's a platform that had been created by a Chinese that was being used to dry cocoa. Mm. And he felt like, why is Cocoa Board not doing this? And he went on and on. So after listening to him, I just said to my friend that, I know you are an engineer, and that's basically your field. What stops you from creating something like that?
Cocoa Board and say, this is something that we can work with.
And Cocoa Board can help you in getting the farmers to procure it. So we usually expect that, yes, because there's a regulator, there's an institution that has the responsibility of doing these things. They are supposed to put together engineers, they are supposed to put together all these people to do that. But it's an opportunity. The avenue is that the fact that we produce cocoa, what can you also do within the value chain as a business person or as someone who has an idea that can help grow the industry, and you take advantage and get a business out of it.
Right, right. So that's Fifi Boafo, the head of public affairs at Cocoa Board, the regulator of the Ghana's cocoa production. We've been talking about a myriad of issues. We're into the final home stretch. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll wrap up our conversation on Ghana's cocoa production sector. Stay with us. We're back after this break. We're into our final home stretch, final 10 minutes of our interview with Fifi Boafo, who is with Cocoa Board, discussing a lot of things about Cocoa Board and Ghana's cocoa production this year and the last few years. So Fifi, quick question. Would Ghana meet its projection in terms of cocoa production this year?
One of the things I do not usually enjoy participating is discussing production figures during the year. The reason why I do so is that this is a market that is largely speculative. So if I tell you we are producing 800,000 metric tons already, we have done 600,000 metric tons, or we have sold 500,000 metric tons, then the market can predict you that you have 200,000 metric tons, and based on that, they beat you to the price.
Okay.
So it is one very uncomfortable topic for us. And I usually, when there's a discussion about production numbers and the sales, my trading room people come like, Charlie, this is a no-go area for us. So yes, I know the media enjoys that. Of course, it's news like, oh yeah, Ghana will meet its production targets. So it's the news bit of it is there. Yeah. But you ask yourself the implications or the effects of it. There are some media houses, they are snooping around to know how much have you sold and all that and put it out there. But the question you need to ask yourself is that who is the beneficiary of that, putting out that news?
Okay.
Yes. So yes, we have a number of challenges this year, but what I can assure you is that our production numbers will be able to meet our responsibilities to our lenders and then the farmers for the year.
Okay. So finally, what would you say to farmers, to prospective farmers, now that we are losing our farmlands to Galamsey? What must be done? I was worrying that you said there are no major large-scale farming in the country. What can we do? What can government do to help Cocoa Board to achieve all of these things?
The reason why we have a challenge with the having large-scale cocoa farming is largely also due to the land tenure system we have in our country, because the interest there very intricate, and who is prepared to give out his land for cocoa farming and all that. So that's a challenge we have. But apart from that, I think the people who also do have the resources to do the large-scale farmers are usually absentee farmers like myself. So we are in Accra, and you give money for people to have the put together the cocoa farm. You barely have time to visit, so you are at the mercy of the farm hands. So it's a bit difficult, but if we have resourceful people who are prepared to go in there and start taking it as a business, then we are getting there. Recently, there's one business person we've been engaging to see how Cocoa Board can support that company in establishing a huge cocoa farm. And if you look at what they are looking...
They have the land already?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we've had, our research team has been on the land, they've taken samples and all that. I'm constrained in giving details as to where they intend setting up and all that. But clearly, you can tell that that is the way to go.
Would that be a game changer?
It will have a huge impact.
Okay.
It will have a very serious impact in terms of our production numbers. And we have people who are doing large-scale farming, because the commitment and sometimes the way our smallholder farmers go about it makes it difficult, because Usually you have someone say that, I feel so, yeah, minya bag 9 pe. You ask the size of the farm.
Yeah.
It's a very small farm, and it is difficult to rely on that small farm to feed the household the entire year.
Right.
But if it is a business where you have a huge farm, and then you have the investment also going in there, because if it is a smallholder farmer who is producing just 3-4 bags, the person has to take care of the home.
Yeah.
So if you ask that farmer to invest some of the money that has been made from the business into the activity, it's difficult for the farmer to do so. Not because he's not prepared to invest into his business. I understand. The resources are very small, so it's difficult for them to invest. But if it's a business where you have a lot of resources coming in, then you can invest into the business and make some good business venture out of cocoa farming.
So lastly, if there are rich people who have the means and want to venture into cocoa farming, if they reach out to Cocoa Board, can you support them?
Cocoa Board will be very excited to work with such persons who have the means and the resources. One thing that is guaranteed is that Cocoa Board will give you seedlings for free. Cocoa Board will have the extension staff who will be readily available to support you at the various districts. Our people, friends, people, random people I meet who come to me and said, Fifi, I want to go into cocoa farming, this is my area. And then quickly I call the district office and then I link them up. And then the next time you meet the person, says, oh, your people were there, now I've started.
Oh, nice.
Yes, so yes, just get in touch with us, let us know, and our seed production division will be prepared to produce the seedlings for the church staff to help you in then starting your cocoa farm. It's the way to go.
Right.
When are you starting the farm?
Very soon. Thank you very much, Fifi. It's been a very enlightening conversation, and I'm sure for those of you who are watching, you've learned one or two things and how to also participate in Ghana's cocoa value chain. It's one of our biggest revenue earners, and we need more people, more educated people to enter into that space. My name has been Daniel Odro. It's been another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My guest has been Fifi Boafo with Cocoa Board. Thank you very much, Fifi.
Thank you, Daniel.
We're back same time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
Yeah, the
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Yeah, the motivation is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youth. We are struggling to get something to, manage ourselves.
Akufo-Addo's government has been on a journey of expanding the country's tax base. One of the most recent ones is a 10% tax on earnings from lotteries, games of chances, or what we call sports bettings. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Echi Atisu. We are here in Dome, Pillar 2. We're speaking with some young men who have been engaged in the act of betting, which is very popular. Let's speak to some of them. This is Richard. Richard, you are the one who penned the statement from the Concerned Bettors Association of Ghana. Okay, tell me, what exactly is the motivation to have penned that letter?
Yeah, the motivation is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youth. We are struggling to get something to, manage ourselves. So street boys have been struggling to get something to go and try their luck, to get something to establish themselves. So if you are putting a 10% tax on betting, those who are betting, is something which is very bad, because already they have taxed the company. So if you are taxing those who are into betting, that is very bad.
It sounds like this is beyond just the monies you get. I want us to more or less understand where all of this is coming from. Why betting is such a big deal for all of you. Abednego, you also bet, right? Why do you actually bet?
Just to multiply my income. Yes.
So that's to say that the income you get already is not, it's not enough for you?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
Pablo, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Because let's take it. Last year, we were our fare was increased multiple of times. Like
that's our fuel, right?
Yeah, it was increased. And it affects our fare. So let's take it. I'm being paid 400 cedis a month, and I save 50 cedis every month out of my salary. and now it has been what? The fares has been increased several times, like 4 times or 5 times in that year. So if I'm earning that 50 cedis, I'm saving that 50 cedis for maybe to get a business being done, and now because of the multiplier of the fares and things that are being the economy is we are all facing, then that means that 50 cedis I can save.
So that's to say that for you, it's being able to balance the increase in livelihoods,
yes,
and all of that. Levite, you also bet. Yeah. I want to find out, how long have you been betting?
For 4 years now, I would say.
4 years? Well, that's a long time, and that means that you've made a lot of money between the period.
Quite
sizable amount.
Yeah.
And you also agree with the likes of Pablo and Richard that this is to add up to your income?
Yeah, very true. Because, for instance, I'm a student, and it's not all the time that you can go to your parents for money. And right now, you don't have a really legit certificate for a job, so you can't get really a big job, that can fetch you enough income. So this is what we do, quite safe, And if you read the letter, things were captured in if the government go ahead to implement this 10% on this winnings, then guys will go back to the dubious way of getting money, which is very bad. So I think the government already is not employing a lot of youths, and this gambling has made us get something for ourselves and all that. So I think already we are paying tax. When you transfer mobile money from your account to your bet account, there's deduction. When you win, you transfer it from your bet account to your mobile money account. Even when you transfer it to your bank account, still there's deduction. So
the government is making an argument that they want to expand the tax margins in the country, and betting seems like a very big area now, which is where a lot of monies are coming from. You've admitted that you got a lot of money from there. Is that not the case?
I agree.
Francis, you also agree, because he has been doing this for 4 years. You as well, how long have you been?
Been betting is around 7 years.
You be like you be the Methuselah for betting inside.
That's right. Yesterday like this, I made a bet sent to one of my guys. He staked the bet 300 cedis and he won 1,600. Oh, wow. Right. So if he took his 300 out, he make a profit 1,003. So if government, you wanted to take a tax 10%, but through the company of the bet, you tax them 25%. Either they win or they lose, you tax them 25%. So how can you wanted to tax we, the youth, we are struggling because no job. We are just struggling. I just win a bet to set my business. I employ people. I pay taxes.
You and I had an informal conversation before we started this, and you said you got the money to start your business from betting. That must have been some big cash, because I don't see, is betting that lucrative?
Yeah, if I don't stick, if I'm sticking bet, sometimes stick bet 1,000 Ghana or 500.
And that gives you a return of how much?
Sometimes I lose. So if government wanted to tax me 10%, so if you want to try to tell me that if I place a bet, I didn't win, you want to try, I should keep trying. If I win, then you take that 10%. No, that's not making sense to me at all.
That's an interesting, very, very interesting analogy you create there. This is Jupiter. Jupiter, you as well. You look like the calmer person, but I want to suspect that you are also as involved in betting as much as possible. How well or not is this betting thing for you? Because it seems everybody else agrees. Do you also think that it's like the best thing for a young man like you now?
Yeah, I think there is no job opportunity and the youth are struggling. And moreover, we are creating a chance for ourselves. And I want to ask the government, if you lose the bet, is it going to replace our money which we involve in the betting for the youth? That's what I want to ask the government.
How much or how many times does a person lose a bet? No, maybe for you. Let's take a situation. Yeah.
For me, I try and then try over and over. If I don't win, I try, and it's not all that time that you win the bet. So I want to.
I get your point, Richard. You have also been betting for long. You are like the boss here. Yeah. What's the highest, if you can tell me, that you've ever staked bet?
My highest stake.
Sometimes. What's the highest money you put into a bet?
Sometimes 500, 1,000, 700, and from 1,000 below.
So you've not done anything above 1,000 cedis. I see. Now, this is quite an interesting thing. All of you, or a number of you, have said that this is because there are no jobs. What kinds of areas or what kind of jobs are you looking out for that the issues of betting is solving now, that maybe perhaps the state authority should be looking at?
They should create jobs for the youths.
What kind of jobs are we
that they
talking
can
about?
pay, that they can pay well. Not that you create job that you pay 500, 600. No, because somebody can use 100 Ghana, stake, get about 50,000.
And that's from the comfort of their home.
Yes, and that 50,000, you can use that 50,000 to establish yourself. Like my brother is saying, he have won and used that money to establish this one and employ many people that he's paying tax here. So the betting is helping us a lot. So the government should rather pray for us to win and use the money wisely to do something so that they can tax the thing that we are using the money for.
Francis, you run the business. It's a barbering shop?
Yes, a barbering
Okay. How many people do you employ?
How many seats over here?
So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5. I think there's
I
another.
have to use 6 baht because of I.
Okay.
My other shop has
Yes.
7 workers over there.
So plus this.
Plus
So
this
that's
one.
like 14?
Yes. So I used to pay that. I pay taxes too. So I want to ask the government that the bets of the company, right? You tax them, right? And I heard that they said we the youth, we are lazy. We don't want to work. So that's why we are sticking the bet. So I wanted to, if they want the youth to stop sticking the, then they should stop the bet company.
But is betting a lazy job?
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy. It's not.
Tell me how difficult or not.
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy to tell me that maybe Man City or Manchester. You said, oh, Man City will win. I'm not the one going to play the ball. It's just the confidence I have. I have confidence Manchester will win, and I just put my money on it. And Manchester won, and you say, oh, Manchester have won, so the money have won. So I have to, if maybe I stick a bet, maybe 1,000 cedis, maybe I'll do maybe 2 odds, 1,000 cedis, I win 2,000. If I win 2,000, if I take my 1,000 out, I made profit 1,000 cedis. So government want to tell me that my 1,000, you take 10% out of it.
But 10% is it so much?
It's too much. You want to take 10%.
It's not so much. It's actually too much.
Too much. So I wanted to ask, okay, if I didn't win, so government want to try to tell me I should keep trying. I should keep trying. So if I don't have money, I'll go and still go and use it to stick a bet. Or am I lying?
Which is not something any of us wants. Levite, you are in school. Doesn't betting take you away from your books?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Because I feel the sense that you have to spend a lot of time on your phone and do all the permutations. It doesn't take you away from your books.
No. Right now, it's much easier to place a bet. Gone are the days you have to go to the betting centers to, place your bet. But now, in the comfort of your home, anywhere you are, you can place it. And now there are a lot of odds platforms. On Telegram, you can get on WhatsApp, Facebook, on Twitter.
So it's not just on the apps that...
No, you can get odds from places. People even sell them. If you trust them, you send your money, they give you the odds and you place it.
Oh, that's new to me. Interesting.
People sell the odds. So it's not really time consuming. And if you know what you're doing, you just do it and you're done.
Richard, I want to come back to you because you are the one who heads the group. How big of a market, let me call it that, is the betting market? How many people, just give me a number, actually, maybe Dome, how many people do you think actually engage in betting?
You can say, it's a lot. There are many here.
When you say a lot, can you give me a figure?
Like,
Abednego, you seem to have a number.
More than 70%.
70%
Yes.
of the
people living
indigents here in Dublin.
Yes. And if you take Ghana, the whole country, we are about more than 80% of the population. Big men.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ministers?
Yes. They have been calling us for us and all that. I know ministers who have been calling for us. Big people have been calling me for us. And I've been giving
Richard, I want us to get this. You've had a minister call you?
Yeah, of course.
A minister of state? And they want all
people. Yeah, big people. People have been, we know them. They have been calling us. I can't mention names, you know. They have been calling for us Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My phone, forget it. They have been calling for us. Can you give him 10 us? I have 5,000. I need 10 us. I need 5 us. I've been doing for them. So
you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point here. Let's say, let's take this month for example. If I try, let's say throughout the month, and I win once, it means I lost more than what I win. If I lose 1,000 cedis, I can win 500 cedis. If you take 10% out of it, am I making gains or losses? I'm losing.
So there's also the whole question about, just so that we get this into more perspective. The decision to bet is left to you. When the government wants to tax, like they do for everything. In fact, they're having conversations about things like even sanitary pads that are taxed. And I'm trying to just establish why bets should not be taxed at all. Because if you lose, is that not your decision to have gone into it and you lost?
Yes. So do they care about how I make money to bet? Are they interested in that? They are not interested in my losses. I try more than, let's say today, for example, I spent more than 50 cedis already. I don't know how much I'm going to make at the end of the day. So if, let's say, I spent 50 cedis and then I won, let's say 200 cedis, profit of 150 cedis, you take 10% out of it. Where am I going?
Jupiter, you were saying something. I'll come to you, Francis. Jupiter, you were saying something that they're having pastors.
Yeah, they're having pastors who are calling for odds and even into betting.
You know any pastor? Like
yeah, I know, but
a man who is clerical.
Yeah, clerical.
And they come to you for.
Well,
what would be the motivation for a pastor to leave his faith and his trust in God, who is able to do all things, to come and ask you for?
Yeah, because there are some pastors who said betting is not a sin. I even debated on that with a pastor. He said it's not a sin. Yes.
There's a story of Jesus actually sacking people from the temple because they were gambling. Is that not the same thing? And the pastor says it's not.
Oh, but I emphasize on the betting, and they said betting is not a sin. Yeah.
Very interesting. Francis,
I wanted to ask the government that I hope it tax the company of the bet. So if you wanted to tax us, then just go to the bet and tell them, okay, maybe that 20% I used to tax you people, I want to increase it. Because if the bet people, if they are not making profit, then they have to go. They are making profit, that's why they are more coming. They are making profit. So if government is the bet of making profit, you think the youth, now we the youth, or we are into betting, so you wanted to tax us. No, that one, I'm not.
Are you for an outright no tax, or you think that it is just too much?
No, me, I can. If I want to say, we are sticking the bet. Government, you don't have to tax us. Because at all, because
not even a percent.
Because if I wanted to deposit into my bet account, e-levy, you would deduct me. If I win bet, I took the money, deposit into my account, you take your percentage. So why the bet company you not increase their money you used to tax them? If you tax them, the bet people don't want to reduce their odds, we are okay.
Levite.
I believe not taxing bet earnings, I think we can say he shouldn't tax.
So you agree that at least some tax should be on it?
At least.
So give me a figure.
From 1 to 3. Because according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you are supposed to pay as you earn. That's the pay as you earn. And that one it has to be paid monthly. But the government is telling me if one day I have 10 slips and I win, he's taking 10% from each slip. That's not right. When we are paying as we are winning, or we are paying as we are earning, that one, even that analogy, it fits in but it shouldn't be daily. When he's taxing us, he should tax us monthly according to the pay as you earn. And even with the income tax, is we pay on year assessment. The whole income you get in a year, we assess it and we deduct. But the government is not doing that. He's taxing us daily, every single day. When you have 50 slips and we win all, he's taking 10% from each slip. And I don't think it's right.
Okay. All right. So apart from Francis, I don't get a clear understanding of what exactly all of you use. But this question will go to everyone. I'll start with you, Richard. What do you use your income from betting for?
I was able to get taxi and Uber, and I have a boutique which I've been operating.
All in your name?
Yeah.
Abednego?
Yes, a plot of land in my name.
You bought a
from
land?
betting, yes.
That's interesting. Yeah. And Pablo, how about you?
Me, I just started show for almost 2 years now.
Hey, that's just started?
Yes.
2 years is just started?
But it has really helped me because my income, I work and receive is not to write home about.
I see. And then Jupiter?
I just entered.
You two just entered? How long is it just entered? Now,
not quite ago.
Which is how long?
2 months ago.
Oh, 2 months. You're a baby. So at least. But have you won something?
Yeah.
You've won something in the last 2 months. And Francis, you are the one who has a business. Yeah. But apart from that, what other thing do you?
Through this bet, I had a land. I built 2 bedrooms for my mom is staying inside right now because of betting.
That's interesting. Yes. So now you don't need to work in a corporate world or anything.
No,
you can do betting all your life.
No, I'm still hustling.
You're still hustling. Levites, you are in school. Do you use the money to pay fees or something?
No, my fees they are for my.
It's sorted.
Yeah, it's sorted. But I've been able to rent. I've moved out from the hostel.
Okay.
Yeah, so through betting, I've been able to rent my own place.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, very.
All right. So, well, we're still on the conversation. We are at Dome Pillar 2, and we're just discussing the whole new tax of 10% for winnings on lotteries or games of chances for all the betting people, anyone who bets at all. The government now wants to tax a 10% tax on whatever your earnings are. When we return, we'll go more into the conversation. All right, so we're still here with some young guys in Dome Pillar 2. We are discussing the issue of betting and the government's new 10% tax on all winnings from lotteries and games of chances. Now, Francis, we had an informal conversation before we returned. I just want to hear it. You say you introduced someone. Who is that person?
Oh, I introduced my girlfriend to bet.
So when you introduce her, tell me.
It's not that every day. Maybe sometimes if maybe I do a bet, maybe if I know that this bet is strong bet, I have confidence this bet, I'll just give it to him. Stick this amount. Or sometimes I'll send him money. This amount, stick it. Don't reduce it.
And so you mentioned that you have more than an app for betting. How many apps do you use?
I have Betway.
Okay.
I have SportyBet. I have M-Sport. And I have SuperBet.
That's 4. That's 4. And all of these bring you some returns.
Yes.
That's very interesting. Now, I am a very intrigued person. So I'm just wondering, apart from all the things you have told me, Levite, I want to start with you. Is betting addictive?
Very, very, very addictive. If you don't take care, you think that you are saving and you have to collect your money back, and that is a very dangerous thing. You try every day and you don't win. The day that you try to, today I'm tired, I won't stick. But maybe you had certain games in your head. That day, that games is going to play. You understand? So the next day, you don't have any choice than to stick again. Maybe the day that you say you not stick, that day the bet to play.
Purely a game of chances, right? But you're still in it. You're still in it. Pablo, you're shaking your head. Why are you still in it?
Because
beyond all the fact that it's very addictive.
Yeah, it's addictive, like addicted if you are not careful. But it depends your mindset. it's really risky. Like it's a risky work to do, but because of our work, the work that we are doing, the income, we are not getting it. So there's nothing you need to do because I can't go and steal.
And some of the guys are on their phones. I hope you are not betting whilst we are here. That would have been serious because I'm already asking about addictions. So if you were doing that right, yeah, I'll be wondering. But beyond the addiction, Richard, is it true that people go for Gbala to do? What I mean by Gbala is they go for juju and all that to do betting.
Yes, I don't believe in those things, but sometimes I hear people saying that. For me like this, somebody have called me, telling me I should come, he will do something for me and you win. But I don't believe in those things.
But does it work?
I'm not sure because it's about thinking and research. You have to do research about the things and think and pray for favor. Not that you go for somebody to give you some agbala or something. It's about thinking and research.
I see. Thinking, research. You people mentioned women, so now I am also wondering how many women actually bet. Do women bet?
Yes.
You apart from your girlfriend.
Yes, a lot.
They bet.
A lot.
Abenego, why you know someone? That's your sister or someone you know bet?
No.
You don't know anyone who bets?
Any lady.
Okay. How about you, Jupiter?
No, I don't know.
You don't know any?
I don't know anyone.
Okay. Levite, you know why? Some of your colleagues?
Yeah, I know.
Your mates as well.
My classmates, ladies who we are in a group, and I send them out. Yeah, and when they also get some from somewhere, they post it in a group and we all stick it. So a lot of ladies are into bet.
So this is not just a men's thing.
Not at all.
But why does it seem like it's only men who bet?
You see, the ladies, they don't really come out to admit it, but they do.
They do.
Yeah, they come to our DMs and ask for what they do. They really bet.
Yeah. Interesting. Now let's look at the way forward. 10% tax is going to really happen as it is. What would happen when it starts? Richard, let's start.
We are just appealing to the government not to introduce that 10%. Because it's something that's going to worry us. Because there's no money in the system. The system is very hot. We are trying to get something from here to go and try our luck, get something big and establish ourselves. So if you are taxing the company and you want to tax me as well, it's something which is very bad.
I asked this question earlier. Do you want an outright no implementation or you want a reduction?
No implementation.
At all?
At all.
Not at all. So how about you, Abenego? It will happen eventually.
Yes, but if it does, I think it's a lazy way of making money. Yeah, that's what I think.
You think the government is just trying to capitalize on people's smartness and earnings?
Betting company is paying tax. If they are paying tax, I don't know why their customers must be taxed when they earn money from betting. You understand? Because they are not interested in what I'm losing. If I lose 100 cedis today and I'm able to win, let's say 300 cedis tomorrow, and you take 10% out of it, I think that's a lazy way of making money.
Pablo?
Yeah, I think if the tax is being implemented, it will rather bring a lot of criminal activities on the street, because at times I get money out of some of it and I help some of my brothers around. So it limits.
This one will reduce your money eventually.
And it limits the number of people like trying to make money on the street, like attacking people, taking their phones and other things, because they can get help from me. So since they can't get help from me or another person, they'll go back to the street and taking people's phone.
Jupiter, you as well, what would you do? Because like I'm saying, it's really going to happen.
Oh, it's very hurtful if they implement the 10%, because the company is paying the tax of the 10%, and we.
I think the companies pay what, 25?
25. And we, the individual, is paying 10%. It's very hurtful. It's very hurtful. And is the government going to refund our money as we lose or not?
Interesting. Francis, you as well.
If the government know that maybe we make a lot of money in the bet, they need money. they should come inside and try and see. That's yes. They should come. The government need money. You should use the country's money to stick a bet and win and use it to. If you know that we are making money, you should come in and try.
All right. All of you speak very passionately about betting and all that. Are you spiritual people? Do you believe in the things of the afterlife? Do you believe in things like that? Now I'm going to ask you a question. If somebody told you that your lives depended on not betting, meaning that if you stopped betting, you would live long, who would go for that gamble? You are shaking your head.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
Hypothesis. Imagine that was the case.
I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in
yes.
things
The only thing that can make you live long is knowing the truth. Yes.
And one of them is betting.
Oh yes.
You have money, you live long.
So far as I'm not stealing the money I used to bet, I make legit money to bet. So it's not affecting anybody. That's not a sin to me.
Levite, how about you? You are told that when you stop betting, you have a good life and everything.
I will stop.
You will stop?
Yeah, I will stop. I think I will.
Is that to say that you actually see yourself one day stop betting?
Obviously. I won't do it till the end of time. Obviously, some way, somehow, along the line, I will stop.
You stop.
The earlier question you posed to the guys, whether they are for outright no implementation or, as I mentioned earlier, according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you have to pay as you earn. And we agree that the government can tax us, but the 10% is too much. And even the pay as you earn is supposed to be paid monthly. So if the government is taxing us, he should do it monthly. Calculate all the money we get through betting.
But would that not be the same? Because if I take the money now or I take it later, is that not the same?
Putting my monthly earning there and taking 10%, that is different from taking 10% out of my slip.
Everyone.
In a day, if I have like 10, I have 10 slips and I win all, they are going to take 10% from each slip. And I think it's too much. So maybe from 1%, this is the very first time we are hearing of this. So you shouldn't start from 10. Because if he sees that it's very lucrative, he's going to increase it. Maybe from 10 to 15.
Interesting. All right, I want to thank you all very much, Richard. But before we leave, just a final one. Do you see yourself actually stop betting one day?
Oh yes, for sure.
You want to stop one day?
It's when I make a lot of money from it and establish myself well.
How much is a lot of money?
Right now, if I get like maybe 400,000 or 400,000 from betting now, I'm sure I can use that money to do something which will generate income for me. So I'll stop, and maybe the new ones will come in again.
All right. I'm most grateful to all of you. Thank you, Levite. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Jupiter, Pablo, Abednego, and then Richard. So that has been our conversation here. Betting, 10% tax. Whether it would actually happen or not, we are yet to tell. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Remember, you can go to www.ghanaweb.com for news. Until another time, stay safe.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting and so on. unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday Cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
The fight, that was the last war. It took place on Mountain Kemi. So when you go up the mountain, you see some heavy stones there. The people use the stones to push them on the Asantes to be able to conquer them. So they realize that this is a very good place where they can stay.
Megalo. Wondering what I just said? Well, what better way to welcome you than in the native language of the people whose community I'm in? I'm in the heart of the highest human settlement in Ghana, Amejope. Now, in our previous episodes, you remember we did a tour around Mount Gemi at the Ote Waterfalls, the Amejope Canopy Walkway, and then we learned a bit about the oldest church in the Avatime traditional area. Today, we focus on Amejope as a community because we cannot live without learning about these people. I'll see you after the break. We'll get right into the conversation. My name is Wandami Hagan.
Amejope is a community being part of 7 communities of the Avatime traditional area. The traditional area is made up of 7 communities: Amejope, Vane, Bajeme, Fume, Biakpa, Jogbefeme, and then Jokwe, making the 7 communities. They are the 7 communities making the traditional area. And then we migrated from Ahanta in the western region. Then from Ahanta, we came to Dodoa. From Dodoa, our people moved to Avatime Keto. And then because they were warlike people, they couldn't coexist with the people of Avatime Keto. They have to move to Mache and then Tagyepe. They couldn't coexist with those people as well. So they have to move up the mountains here to a place called Okulusu, near Biakpa. Then from Okulusu, they decided to start scattering to check the whole area to see if they could get any suitable place so that they could settle around. So from Okulusu, the people of Amejope moved up here to a place called Ogbokolome. So from Ogbokolome, they moved through a stream called Agamechieme to a place called Pupiese. And Pupiese is one of our tour sites where our nature trail is. Okay. So from Pupiese, they moved to Kupwava. Kupwava is the area where we can find the Amejope waterfalls, which is the Ote waterfalls. So before the people of Amejope got here, there were some giants on this land, and they were known as Baya. So as they were traveling along the range, they sent their spies to spy on the Baya, to see how strong they are, how they can be able to defeat them, and then take over this area. So from there, they moved to Kukwaba, settled at Kukwaba, spy on the Baya. So when they spied on the Baya and they got what they could use to take them off from this place and then settle here, they sent their warriors to come and make peace with the people of Baya. So they made peace with them through sharing of drinks. And then after that, they were able to conquer them, marry their wives, and then share them into the 7 communities as well. So that is how come we speak the language called Sia. So we speak Sia. We don't speak Ewe, but we are the Ewe land. And then we are widely known as Avatime people because we were led by a man known as Obojani, who later on became Avati. And then Avati led the Avatime people to this area. And then they always coined the Avati word as Avati Woyomi, meaning that we were warlike people. So the war was always following us, and we have to fight it along all the places that we go through. So we were able to conquer the Baya people, and then after that, our people settled here finally. So that's the little history about Amejope, how we came to settle here. Yes.
I'd like to know what the meaning of Amejope is.
Amejope is a password that was used by our people to be able to conquer the Baya. And Amejope, the previous name, the password is Mujohe. So, trying to invade this area to conquer the Baya. If the warriors come and then you say you are part of Mujohe, then you are identified. Yes. then you'll be able to be identified. So the only password the buyer don't understand is Mujohe. So as our people were climbing up, they were telling each other, Mujohe, let me get up, get a flat land.
Okay.
That is the meaning of Mujohe.
In which language?
Our language,
Okay.
Sia language. Yes, that is Mujohe, was the previous name. Before it later became Amejope.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's a corrupted form of Mujohe.
Yes.
Amejope
Exactly.
is a corrupted form of Mujohe. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain what Amejope means?
Okay. Amejope, now being understood in Ewe, means where all people come from.
Where all people come from.
Yes.
Okay.
Now in Ewe. So that's the basic understanding now.
And you mentioned that the people of Amejope could not live with previous communities they went to because they are warlike.
Yes.
But how is it that when you settled here, you didn't move to another community?
So when we settled here, the only people who were here were Baya people. And then when we moved here as well, the Ashantis came to fight us as well. And the fight, that was the last war, it took place on Mountain Kemi. So when you go up the mountain, you see some heavy stones there. The people use the stones to push them on the Asantis to be able to conquer them. So they realize that this is a very good place where they can stay, and then they can always fight their wars. Because down the valley, for that place, you cannot always win a war. So when they came here, they were able to win the Ashanti war, and they realized this is a perfect place for them to settle.
And the Baya people, when you guys shared drinks and were able to come into the land, did any of them say merge with your people? Do you still have any of the buyers among you today?
Yes, because their warriors were killed through the drinks. Let me say the drinks were poisoned. Yes, so one of our greatest warriors has to sacrifice himself. He took the first drink from our people, and then everybody was like, he's drunk, and they took him away. They knew that he was going to die. So when the Baya people came in, they took all the drinks and they died. So their wives and children were shared among the 7 communities, and they were married off. So learning a language is mostly being learned from childhood. So you see, you pick up learning languages from the childhood. And women, yes. So they married their women to all the people who were interested in the 7 communities. So there are traces of Baya people, but just that we cannot identify that this person is a Baya. Yes.
Okay. I'm asking because you say they were giants. So
Yes.
their wives and children, were they also giants?
Yes.
Okay, so
in the olden days, there were giant male and female people. That was how come they used to identify them easily. But today, you cannot go and tell somebody you are a Baya person.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But you see people like that around?
There are
in the
people who are
community?
tall.
Okay.
And giant, but I can't tell you.
Okay.
You are a descendant of Baya.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. All right. So let's come now to the community today.
Yes.
Who heads the community?
The community is headed by the township. But before then, when our people came to settle here, before they could settle here peacefully, the community was also having some people who came to settle first, before the others came from Kukwava. I mentioned Kukwava earlier. Kukwava to come and join them. So when the Kukwava people came to join those who came first to settle after the Baya people were conquered, they have to come together to create a community. So they laid some stones we call Ibole. Ibole. Yes. So you can see the stones at the market square there. 2 stones have been kept.
I'm sure we'll get there.
Yes. So it was the Ibole that they used to set up the community. So those people who are from the side of Afati, who led the Avatime people, led the upper one, which is the first Ibole. And then the second people are the Dokume people, who led the down one. meaning they are coming together to stay finally. So Avatime selected a township from his children. So for him, he was able to give the community a township to one son, then the Ochiami, the other one, and then the Queen Mother to the third one. That is how he shared his leadership positions to these people. So the Dupumi people take over the Mankrado part. So they are the Mankrado of the community. So the other part who came from Upava, they were able to produce the township. So the community is being ruled by the township.
Okay.
Yes.
So the leadership is made up of the two groups.
Yes.
But the chief is from the Kupuame people. Kupuava. Okay. Okay. And then I'd like to know, I mean, you mentioned that you people finally settled here after defeating the Baya and the Ashantis.
Yes.
Okay. But we know that this place is known for a lot of German work.
Yes.
Were the people of Amejope here before the Germans came, or they came during the Baya time?
They were here before the Germans came.
Okay.
The Baya were conquered long ago before the Ashanti War.
Okay.
So Amejope settled here before the Ashanti War came. Yes, and then the Germans came in 1886 as missionaries from Ho to start the work of God here. So in 1886 they came to explore the area to see how best they can also come together with the people. Then they came back in 1889. That was actually when the church started. So in 1889, that is how come in 1939 the cross was commissioned on the top of the mountain to mark their 50th year anniversary. So the people are fully settled before the Germans came in. Yes.
Do you, this is just on the side, but do you have a name for the people that live here? For instance, if you go to the Anglo land, they call them Anglos. If you go to Ashanti region, they call them Ashantis.
Yes.
The people of this town, what are they called? There was their name for them.
The people of this town are part of the people of Avatime. Okay. So we are known as Avatime.
Avatime.
And in our language, we are Kedanuma.
In Sia language?
In Sia, we are Kedanuma.
Okay.
So it is like this. We are people who speak Sia. So Kedame, we are from Kedame, but in Ewe we are Avatime.
Okay.
And we Kedame people, we speak Sia.
Okay.
Kedanuma speak Sia.
Okay.
Or we can say Sideme say. So outside this community or this traditional area, if I see someone from my community, I can refer to the person to either, if you're a man, I can say Kedone. If you're a woman, I can say Kedeji. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I would like us to go around the community, but before that, I know this is the highest human settlement.
Yes.
Right? Tell me about that.
Okay. So geographers were able to measure uplands, and they were able to tell us that we are the highest human settlement in Ghana. So this community, we being the highest human settlement, if it is cold, it's very cold. If it is hot, it is still cold.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's always cold here?
Mostly cold.
Mostly cold.
Because geographers say the higher you go, the cooler it becomes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the people of this town, how are they like?
We are loving and welcoming people.
From the warlike people, we are now loving.
Yes, we are lovely and welcoming people. Okay. That's why we have been able to welcome you warmly to our community. Yes.
Okay. I see that a lot. I mean, there are people always smiling and wanting to greet you. Yes. What is the main occupation of the people of this town?
Well, previously it used to be farming. But this time our migration is taking place. So most people are migrating to the cities. And not everybody farms as such anymore. The previous and most work that people used to do was to grow rice, brown rice. We call it Yes, that was what people used to grow around this area. But for now, our community, we don't grow the almond rice again. And then more so, migration has taken all the risks
away.
To the cities.
Oh, so is that why we see a lot of elderly people, old men and old women here?
Yes.
But your people live very long. Is it because they exercise a lot because of the going up, ascending and descending?
Well, they grow up, how do I say it? They grow much older because of the weather, one. And then because every day, even if you want to fetch drinking water, you have to climb. You exercise every day.
Okay.
There is no flat land anywhere for you. Yes.
Okay.
So you see that all the time people are exercising and then their body is responding to the weather all the time.
And then you mentioned amu, that's brown rice, which is what you usually grow here.
Yes.
But is that your staple food? Is that the most common food or food crop here?
At first, brown rice used to be common, but nowadays our youth no longer grow brown rice. And then banana in this area used to be so much available that you can come to the community and someone can just give you banana for free.
Okay.
But today again, because of migration, the youths are not growing banana. But we still have banana.
Yeah, I see a lot of banana
around. We still have banana around. So you could see that some, let me say, 10 years ago, banana was what used to be our cash crop. Yes. And then we used to grow potatoes in this community. Potatoes does very well in this community. But again, no one grows potato again.
So for now, you would say that you don't really have something that anyone can say, oh, if you come to Amejope, you can get banana very easily, or you can get cassava very easily.
Okay, so today when you come to Amejope, you can get banana, but not like it used to be. And then our people in the community, we used to grow yam. We celebrate a yam festival before, because we used to grow yam a lot. But today, again, we are no more growing yam as such. Only few grow yam. But when you come to the community, you can always get cassava, cocoyam, banana, plantain as well. But not so much in abundance like it used to be.
So that's a brief history of the Amejope community.
Yes.
Madam Ruby Ame has been helping us do this. We are going to take a brief tour around the community and then we continue the conversation. So we get to know some of the places she's already mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. So, like I was telling you, this is the chief's palace where our chief resides. And currently, our chief has traveled out. And our community, we say the chief has gone to the village, which means Okusi Atre Kofe. We are preparing to receive him back, which means he's dead, but you don't have to put this part, yes. So that means in our language we say Okusi Atre Kofe. So very soon he will be back for burial. So we say in our community that Okusi Atre Kofe. So currently Okusi has traveled, our chief. In our language we call the chief Okusi. So currently the chief has traveled to the village and then he'll be back very soon. Yes. So I was telling you about the people of Kupuava coming together with the people of Odopolome to set up this community fully. And I mentioned something called Ibole. Yes, so Ibole, the stones. This one is for Odopolome people. Yes. This is for the Odopolome people. And it is called Ibole. And
so it's like a seed?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Just like a seed. Growing a seed to bring the two people together to stay in harmony. And so the Odopolome people are responsible for customary rights performances.
Okay.
Assuming they want to install a chief, the Odopolome people are responsible for all those rites that are being performed. And then Odopolome people are also responsible for something we called Keseka. Keseka is just like laying down a tree, a wood. They cut woods and then they lay it in some parts of the communities. That means they are preparing their community, they are putting their community in place. In other words, they say that they are guarding the community. So Dopolome people are responsible for guarding the community. They perform customary rites like pouring libation and all of that. That is their responsibility. And in our language, we refer to them as Chahone or Kechichalia. Kechichalia means the grand people. They are the mancrados of the community. Yes. And
so
then
these stones, people sit on it?
People don't sit on these stones. You can see some stones around here. There used to be a very big tree here like this one. This is where elders sit.
Okay.
In those days. And as of today, elders sit here. Women don't sit.
Sit here.
Yes, and women don't sit on these stones. That is culture and tradition.
But there's no particular reason. It's just...
Well, those days, people who perform traditional rites mostly sit here. So they say that those people, maybe for example, a woman, you are in your menses, you can't sit here. Or else it might happen that you continue bleeding.
Okay.
Yes. So they ban women from sitting where the men sit as well.
But now it's not only elders who sit here. Right?
Or whether you are a boy.
Once you are a male,
you can sit here. Yes. But for respect, if you are young, you don't have to be sitting here. Yes. So the second one up there is for the people who came from Kupuava. Yes. Their grandfather, I told you, the person who led this Avatime people is called Avati. Yes. So our great-grandfather Avati, who led his people, this is his, to show that he's able to collaborate with the people of Dopome to form the community in peace. So this one was laid by Avati and his people. So it's the same Avati who shared the responsibility of guarding the community to his children.
So these stones have been here for very long time?
Very, very long time.
Do you perform any rites on it?
Yes, you can see there's a stick on it. That is what is being used. And this particular stick, that is what is being used to perform rites on it. So every year they perform rites on this one and the other one as well.
So who performs the rites?
So this one, the people of Avati, they perform the rite for this one.
They elect somebody?
Yes, they pour libation and then perform rites for it. And then the people of Dopome pour libation and perform rites for that one as well. But they all do it together at the same day. Okay. Yes, and at the same time. Yes.
All right. And this entire place
is the marketplace.
It's a market square.
Yeah.
Okay. So what kinds of things will you easily find when you come to the Amejope market?
So you can find banana, but today it is scarce. You can only see something little. So you can find food crops, and then usually in those days, in the market, we used to have the market days on Sunday and Thursday, and people from our surrounding communities also come to sell. But today, all of that is down. So only the local market women operate the market daily. You can get fish, tomatoes, everything you need in the market.
They are all from the farms here?
Yes. Mostly the cassava, the cocoyam, all from the farms here. And then sometimes when we have seasonal crops, that's the tomatoes, the pepper, and then the garden egg that they are growing now. So when it is time for harvesting, they bring it to the market and then send some to Ho. But then when their season is not yet, they get some from Ho to the market to be able to supply for the people in the community. Yes.
And how about education here in Amejope?
Well, our people, we attend school a lot. That's why we've decided not to be farmers again. Okay. Yes. And with the exposure of the training college, we are known for education so much. We have 2 primary schools, kindergartens, we have a technical school, we have a JHS, and we have at least a tertiary, which shows that we are ready for education and we are always available, and then we always get educated. That's why can we think today farming is no longer a lucrative job for us. Yes, because our people go to school a lot. Yes.
So the secondary school here is Amejope Secondary?
It's a technical school. So Amejope Technical School, yes. It's a technical school.
Now before we wrap up,
yes,
where we move from, there's a very big tree and there are people under it. Is
yes,
there anything to it?
Yes, that is where the elders of Dopome sit. Okay. Yes, that is where they sit, and then
so there are also some of the stones here.
Yes,
over there.
Some of the stones are over there, and as you can see, like I told you, women don't sit on those stones as well. Okay. It is only for the Dopome people. And recently, when they want to have a town meeting, they sit there as well, call the community, and then they do the town meeting
under the tree.
Under the tree, yes. So they used to hold the town meeting here as well, but the big tree has died off. So they have moved to that of the tree of Dopome people. So they sit there and then they do the town meeting when they call the community together for any information that they want to give to them. Yes.
Oh.
And then before then also, our people have a culture. Just like the depot people have, we also have a culture which we call Pusakoko. And then the Pusakoko is when we use a particular type of cloth. We call it in our language Kotokotoi and Bewie. So in those days, when you first have as a lady, when you have your first menses, your parents will buy that cloth and then expose you to the community that you are ready for marriage.
Is it similar to the Krobos depot rite?
A little similar to the Krobos depot.
But it's a puberty rite.
It's a puberty rite, ushering you into womanhood. That you are ready for womanhood, someone can come and then marry you. So we do that. Anytime you are ready, they do it for you. But today, due to financial crisis, some of us grow and then we buy things and then they do it for us. So I told you earlier that we are known as a Kedanuma. And then if I know you, if I realize that you are speaking my language outside this community, I can refer to you as Kedeje. But then, before then, if you are reached puberty, but then the rites have not been performed for you, I'll call you Kedejewi.
What does that mean?
Which means you have not been fully ushered to womanhood. So I'll not call you Kedeje, you are Kedejewi. So when you have been ushered into the womanhood, then I'll call you Kedeje, which means you are now a full Kedeje.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's still being done today?
Yes, it's still being done today.
And it means that every woman at some point must go through the rite?
Yes, you must go through the rite, yes. But today, because of financial constraints, people do it during the Easter season, where everybody comes around to support them do it. Yes.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like us to know before we wrap up?
Yes. I'd like you to know that right now, Amejope has adopted a Tourism Day festival, which is now a festival that will be celebrating every year to be able to attract tourists into our community, sell our community. And then this Tourism Day festival is cooperated with our culture, our history, and our food.
Okay.
So it is a full package that we'll be celebrating every year.
During which period?
During, that is, the Tourism Day is mostly celebrated in September, but we have decided to be celebrating in the first week of October.
First week
of October. Every year in Amejope. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So Tourism Day, we invite everybody every year to come and celebrate with us, so we can raise funds and then develop the community.
Thank you so much, Ruby, for doing this with us. We are grateful. Very insightful, right? We got to learn all about the people of Amejope. We now know what their language is. We know about the people. We know about their history and everything else you need to know. And in addition, you now know there's a day for tourism here, first week in October. So you can make time, book it on your calendar, and make some time to experience Amejope for yourself. Remember, we are doing this in collaboration with the Volta Regional Authority, Tourism Authority, and it's based on their campaign, Visit Volta, experience Volta, and share Volta. This is People and Places. I'm glad you could make time with us. My name is Wandami Hagan. Until we see you in the next episode, take care and stay safe.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Right here in Benin is a place called Detuta Gogotepong, and it's a village you must visit whenever you are here in Benin. I'm taking you along. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to have a bubble bath with the clay. Here is very healthy for the skin. I'm also going to have local lunch. I'm also going to experience the mangroves and everything to learn here. So yeah, let's go guys. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you all to see. Let's go guys. In a village called Gogotepong, it's a beautiful lodge you have to visit whenever you are in Benin. So yeah, we are leaving. getting to this place, you will need a boat ride, which will be arranged on your arrival. Got a motorbike from the Gogotepon junction, which cost us 1,000 CFA. So yeah, we are finally here about to take the boat to the village. So yeah, you're coming along with us. Let's go, guys.
My name is Gustav, I said. Yeah. And I'm the tour guide here. The name of this lake is Aime. It's longer as 20 kilometers. And in this river, there's many fishing. Inside you have the water forest. And we used to call it mangrove. So in the mangrove to do their reproduction. And also why they decided to do the reproduction there is because the stream of the water is not so strong there. When they leave the eggs here, the movement, the stream destroy the eggs. So they can become fish. So it's more safe there, inside there. And then they leave the eggs there and become a little fish. And then when they are going, they move to find the deeper water.
Just as he said, the mangroves are not supposed to be cut here. If you do cut them, there's a punishment for you according to the spirits here. So yeah, it's beautiful. After 15 minutes of the boat ride and explaining how things work here, we are finally here. So we are joined by other tourists. So let's go, guys. So this is a welcome juice, which is coconut, and yeah, so you're all invited. This is a wooden straw. Guys, Mr. Diodone, say hi.
Hi, hello.
He's the owner of this resort, this village here, and he's going to tell us a bit about this place. So.
Happy I am to say just a small thing for you. I'll continue in French, please. Nous sommes bienvenus ici sur l'îlot au bio-bonheur de Gogotepon, au sud Bénin. Un spa naturel. Spa avec ce que les Anglais appellent les clés baffes. Vous prenez donc un bain d'argile, une extraction du lac Aimé. Vous faites la balade dans cet écosystème particulier de mangrove pour découvrir le paysage, les oiseaux, les pêcheurs. Dans un écosystème, comme vous voyez, tout naturel, le bain d'argile après, vous passez à un autre atelier, c'est le massage au beurre de karité et à l'huile de coco pour renforcer, pour améliorer la relaxation commencée déjà par l'observation, le silence dans la nature ici. Et donc, le bain d'argile, le massage au beurre de karité ou à l'huile de coco, le repos, le silence et un exercice important. Nous disons souvent que dans un écosystème comme ça, de mangrove, de palétuvier, il faut apprendre à respirer. Envoyer l'air, sortir l'air et accompagner du petit sourire, c'est important. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, for all my French speaking friends, there you go, you have it there. We also have Ludu. While we wait for our massage, they served us with rice water, and yeah, you're all invited. So I'm going to share this with Abigail. Abigail, let's have it. So yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, and it came in very hot. So no matter, yeah, it's very hot with sugar. Yeah, without milk. Apparently, it's a snack to boost your energy for massage and also all the water activities here. So I'm very happy. You're all invited. Merci. So our lunch is here, and this is how it looks like. And let's see Abigail's own. Oh, lovely. Look at the water. The water came in this cute spot. So refreshing. So I'm going to try the dakwe. It's called dakwe here in Benin. I'm going to try it for the first time since we are going to share. Let's try this. It's nice. Yeah. It's like gari mixed with soup. Gary mixed with light soup. It's really good. Yes. We are currently going to have the mud bath and also a massage. I forgot to mention that there's also a lodge here. It's a very cute lodge, and yeah, so this is like a balcony where you can take a swim here. So yeah, you can also come here and camp. So this is where all the mud bath is going to take place. And
watch your foot to adapt your body to a clay cold.
Okay. And we are already dressed in our bikini, so she is washing our feet with water so the clay can't get stuck to our body. So yeah, we are ready. We are going to have a clay bath here at the village, and I'm super happy, and I know you all are coming along. So guys, this is the clay. This is how it looks like here. So yeah, we are ready.
The clay, the small one.
And she says that the clay, they get the clay from the lake and they add it with other clay, and it's very good for your skin. It exfoliates your skin. So coming here and experiencing this is a must. This is really relaxing. It's nice. I like the feel. It's so smooth. This is how it looks like. So smooth, very. And it smells like just like sand or like a little bit of charcoal. You add charcoal? Oh, it's natural. Okay. Natural. This is exclusive from the village, and yeah, I have here my marks on my face. I really like the way it feels on my skin. And yeah, this is how Abigail and I look like. Abigail, say hi.
Hi. Feeling
yeah.
good.
So we are going to wait for like 15-20 minutes for our clay to dry on our skin so that it can exfoliate all the dead skin on our skin. I'm sure we will leave Benin fresh. To take a dip in the lake, and yeah, you're coming with us.
I'm super excited.
It's so cool. Like
I feel super good.
Like the way it dries on your skin, right? It has a different feeling. It makes you feel like you feel fresh. You feel like you have just taken some dirt off your skin. So let's go guys. So the next activity is to go zip lining, and Abigail is about to start. Yes. Really feels so warm. Wow, this is therapy. So guys, I just took a cold shower right behind me, and I feel so fresh. The next thing is a massage before we leave here. So yeah, let's go for a quick massage. Abigail, are you ready? So you can lie here and relax. meditate, and also you can also have lunch here. Having lunch here with a beautiful view. Just ended our massage. I just had a feet and a hand massage because that's where I wanted concentration. You had what?
I had my back and my waist.
How do you feel?
I feel good, like.
Yeah, so I recommend this place hands down for you to come for relaxation, for more activities and a good time. All too soon, we are ending all activities here at the village. We are heading back to where we started from. It's back to the city, back to my hotel. And I got a souvenir, which is the clay for my face when I go back home. So yeah, if you want some, let me know in the comment section. I can organize some for you. So my friend from Benin can organize it to Ghana for you. This was a gift. He gave it to me for free, but he sells it here depending on the quantity you want. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. The whole experience, including lunch, massage, cost 15,000 CFA per person. So here it includes the boat ride, the massage, the lunch, activities here, swimming in the lake, and yeah, massage. So yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. More videos still here in Benin. I love you all. Mwah. It's time to go. We're leaving. We're leaving. The boat is here. Take a clay bath from the sacred lake in Benin? Let me know your thoughts.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton, be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did a share and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.